스트림 스타트. 에? 뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜 뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜뚜 뾰뾰뾰뾰뾰뾰뾰뾰 빠빠빠빠빠빠빠 빠라라라라라 빠라라라라라 빠라라라라라. You can make announcements in Twitch chat. What? What? Huh? Game set up. Just chatting. Let's watch Wallace and Gromit. Yeah. Let's watch Wallace and Gromit. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
Second time clicking this cool button, woo.
Odd Revenant, thank you for the 2 months. Thank you. Isolate Shade, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I don't know if I saw that or said that earlier, but thank you. Time for something super British. She's back, no need to panic. Yeah, don't panic, Sam. Don't. You're telling yourself, you're typing that out to you. You're the only one panicking. You've never been this early? Yeah, I've never been this early right at the start of a stream. Oh, you know, it's only been 6 hours. Dun 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 dun. Panic! Panic! Why is the view count bugged? What the frick? Ba, 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 ba. What should I eat today? Probably something I can throw in the oven again. I really want to order food though. But nothing's open at 2 a.m. I wonder. I've been sleeping for 47 hours. Do 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 do. Bum, 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 bum.
So tell me, Fruit,
Mr.
will Frog
Calco,
ever become a plushie? Cause I'd totally get a Frog plushie.
thank you for the $5. Maybe we did get the Sub Gold Fruit plushie. So yeah. That may or may have not been in the meeting. It's been 4 hours for so long. What? 4 hours? What do you mean? It's been 6 hours. That's how long the stream's been going for today. Oh, 4 hours left. I see. Yeah, we have 4 hours left. Open 24/7. Huh? Miyamada food? Oh, but it looks kind of sus. Food looking kind of sus.
In honor of Wallace and Gromit, cheese and crackers.
A complete
Perhaps some
fool!
Wensleydale.
Thank you for the 2,500 beans. Perhaps for some Wensleydale. Ah, some Wensleydale. Wensleydale and some cranberry. Looks kind of sus. They used pictures from Google by the looks of it. I bet this food isn't as good. A burger. My mouth is watering. A burger. Where? I want a burger. Why they open 24/7 though? That definitely means that the quality of food is very low. If they're open 24/7. Surely 24/7 places have bad food. There's no way a good food place is open all day, every day. Meal deal now? Meal deal now. Burger is burger. Only one way to find out. What should be really good food? I think this is like... It's like American styled food plus Greek styled food. Bum, bum, bum. £3 meal deal from Tesco? I got an order from Tesco right now. Meal deal. Bum, bum, ba, ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. Moroccan lamb? That sounds nice. Nothing else is open now. Let's watch some British telly. British telly. La 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 la. Can I ask why you'd pick a frog? I didn't pick a frog. The community did. I didn't make myself. The community made me frog. The community conjured me. Falafel, that sounds nice. I'm like Lucio. Yeah? I'm actually a lich, which makes me even more unique. Now I'm a lich frog. My race is frog and my class is lich. I love falafel. Beef burger. I don't trust chicken from any fast food place. Renegades! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Pandora Anime, thank you for the prime. Dun dun dun. A gyro? They're not on here. They don't have gyros. Bum, bum, ba. Do, do, do. Ba, ba, ba.
2 years of pre-dance.
I just saw the notification, so what are we doing now? Food in the Bricky 40k video time?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I want anything from this place before I make food. Do. I'm so hungry. Look at all this food. I don't trust anywhere that uses freaking online pictures for the food examples. Get out of here with that. I wish other places were open. What the frick? Nothing else is open. I guess I won't order. I'm too late to order. I guess I'll just make food.
Full moon face.
What they... Wait, there's alcohol delivery. Huh? Wait, McDonald's. Yo tomate. McDonald's. McDonald's ordering. What's new? A crispy? No! Give it to McDonald's. They have my favorite thing back! Nacho cheese wedges. You have 15 of them? With jalapeno. Woo! Oh, I'm hungry. Banana. Burgers. Burger. Where are the burgers? Don't fall for it? What do you mean don't fall for it? I love McDonald's. Yeah, you can have a Happy Meal. Since it's your birthday soon. Yeah, have a Happy Meal. Ta-da. Burgers. Quarter pounder with cheese. Ah. A triple cheeseburger. Yep. Triple cheeseburger. Omni gets a toy, yeah! You're about to... I want a boiga. I'm so hungry for a boiga. Maybe a cake? No, I already have ice cream. Or a donut? Sugar donut sounds nice. Donut! Where are the drinks? No milkshake. Stop now, I'm hungry. Would you like a burger? They have my favorite! Frozen strawberry lemonade. My favorite. Strawberry lemonade slushy. I should tell my brother I'm ordering. Ordering Mackies. I really hope it works. It's 2 a.m. Prage. I'm praging that it works. People also added. No, get out of here. Get out of here. Oh, I gotta log in. Frick. We couldn't find this email password combination in our records. あれ? 2 a.m. Mackies. Oh, frick. I can't remember my password to this place. I used all my passwords. Hold on. BRB screen real quick. Just in case. I could put this up too, but I gotta log in. I gotta reset my Mackey's password. I want Mackey's. Dun, 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 dun. Ew, what the frick? So. Mackie's really out here making food on her food. Really? It really is. What the frick? Why does it say that? What the frick? Why can't I edit this? Why can't I edit this address? You won't let me edit it! Because you're part of the species now, could we play a leapfrog? Leapfrog? I win every time! There's no point playing it. Alright, paying for my food. Bam, ba-da-bum. We're watching me order food, chat. At least it's chill. Hi! Yay! I'm ordering McDonald's at 2 a.m. 2 a.m. McDonald's. Hopefully they accept. It'd be really bad if they don't. Yeah, I'm buying Mackey's. I think we're good now. What's up? I think I'm ready. I'm ready. We can watch stuff while I wait for my McDonald's to arrive.
As someone who
Be warned, I have a very finicky attention span, so if my attention span is drifting, I will probably click off this video.
doesn't necessarily serve the Omnissiah, but someone who can appreciate them. You will not be getting my legs today, as I will be replacing them with various things depending on which faction we are currently talking about to add a little bit more context and
Legless
possible
man?
comedy to
He's
whatever the hell I am
legless?
currently doing. So,
What the frick?
hello everybody, my name is Bricky, and this is going to be a long video and a large project that has been going on
Bricky,
for quite
legless
some
man.
time. This is, I need two
Chat
hands for
gets
this.
a Happy Meal.
This is every single Warhammer 40k race in kind of a nutshell, explained, a little bit of explanation, a little bit of lore, a little bit of talking about the tabletop, but mostly lore, what they're all about, and also a little bit of background for those of you who just have no clue what Warhammer 40,000 is. Now you see, Warhammer and Warhammer 40,000 is a universe people hear plenty of, but don't know a whole lot about. They see, oh, there's these dudes in big power armor with chainsaw swords, and they got these big old green orcs, and there's some bugs over there, and everyone calls these guys
Bugs.
weebs, and then there's these spiky bitches over here, and I don't get it. I don't understand. Where do I start? Well, this
He's talking
video
to me?
is particularly for you, or for those of you who have a little bit of knowledge, but you're kind of curious about each of the different races and factions in Warhammer. So overall, the Warhammer universe is vast when it comes to lore and background, and each different faction is so different with the things that they believe in, and some are human, some are transhuman, like where they all have all these crazy ass electronics on them. You've got aliens, and you've got the chaos factions, and there's so much to entail that I decided to embark on this project to tell you what each and every single one of them is about, and what the Warhammer universe is about as well, to give at least a little bit of an intro to this extremely bloated but very, very enjoyable world that I and many others partake in. So, I will be explaining every single faction in the Warhammer 40k universe, at least all the factions you can play as, and some smaller factions here and there. I will not be discussing absolutely everything in it, because that is a little bit much, and I'm not going to go too mega deep into the lore. I'm going to give you a pretty solid overview of each of the different factions.
Oh, there was a child
and
in the
have you
chat.
learn a little
Oh
bit
my
about
god.
them, and we'll
Thank God
discuss
he's
a
gone.
little bit of the tabletop as well, in
It's
case
something
you were
an
curious
actual
about
child
that.
would
But for
type.
this episode entirely,
You do
we
know
are
my
discussing
streams are
the
set to 18
Imperium
plus,
of
right?
Man,
I'm gonna tell you,
because
Dad.
that takes up a fat chunk of Warhammer lore. What is Warhammer 40,000? Well, the 40,000 starts off is the year 40,000, the 41st millennium. That's where it takes place, is in the year 40,000, 41,000 AD. You're already more knowledgeable. Let me read you a quote, first of many quotes in this video. It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 years, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of
Too many
mankind
words, too
by
many
the will
words.
of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may
I hope they're
never
not all like this.
truly die.
I literally
to be a man
am
in such
not
times
physically
is to be
capable of
amongst
watching this if
untold
it's all like
billions.
this.
It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
Whip wop,
Everything
thing with the prime.
blows.
Whip wop, whip wop, whip
And
wop,
it
whip
blows
wop.
fucking hard. Warhammer is probably the most dark
What's with
and
that image?
depressing universes ever.
You
in
couldn't get a
fiction.
higher
Or at least
res
like
image?
top 3. Everything is so absurdly horrible, destructive, or overpowered
intro.
that it all kind of ends up canceling itself out. It's like Dota. War rages across
League
the
of Legends
galaxy.
lore.
Interstellar travel is only
like the one dude
possible
that does
due to
League of Lore
sacrificing
videos.
1,000 souls a day to a rotting carcass of a man who you believe to be your god. Demonic gods and just demons tear open the fabric of reality on a whim. Other Xenos or even other humans end up killing each other in untold billions across the galaxy. It is a time of unending war, slaughter, and a bloodbath amongst everybody. Planets are deemed unrecoverable
From 80s and
are
90s? Is that
completely
old?
destroyed on a whim. Everything sucks, but that's like the charm of it. See, everything in Warhammer is evil.
It's
But
old?
being evil is kind of fun. Like, humanity, in its own right, is a xenophobic, prejudice, and religious zealot group that kill each other just as much as they kill all of their enemies. And they're like mid
sounds
to
like
high
humans.
tier evil on the evil scale of Warhammer. Nobody is good. No matter who you are, everyone is some flavor, some color of evil. Whoever you pick, you are going to be the bad guy. But that's the fun of it, because being the bad guy is badass. Villains are cool. They look cool, they got cool outfits, they got cool weapons, they got cool armies. Villains are cool, man. And when everyone is a villain, everyone is pretty cool. That's what makes this so charming, is that everyone can be the bad guy. So let's start off talking about
I'll be a good
the
guy.
main bad guy, quote unquote, the Imperium of Man.
His hair, whack. His gear, whack.
The Imperium of Man is the main empire of the human race. All of humanity is under this one flag called the Imperium. And about 10,000 years ago, there was a man. He was the Emperor of mankind, a 10-foot tall psychic
10 foot.
demigod who led humanity across the stars
10
to
fruits.
colonize tons and tons of worlds, create superhuman soldiers, and really bring humanity into a new age. This man, the Emperor of Mankind, was a psyker. And a psyker is like a magician of sorts. In the world of 40K, there is the warp, the immaterium, kind of like hell, but sort of like a purgatory dimension of hell. And a psyker is someone who can take that power and manifest it through their mind to use it to do stuff, like witchcraft stuff, magician stuff, spells, and lots of other things, but we don't want to get too into that. The Emperor, big boy psyker. Top tier, A+, maybe even S. Now, the Emperor created a bunch of sons. Yes, created a bunch of sons known as the Primarchs. He created 20.
Primarch!
18 Primarchs.
That's what my mom
to have
shops.
them lead all of the different legions of humanity to the different stars and plans to help colonize and bring it out. These Primarchs are basically like little versions of the Emperor. Not all of them are psychers, but a lot of them are very, very powerful, and they lead his special Space Marine legions. Then this big clusterfuck happened called the Horus Heresy, where the Emperor's favorite son, the Primarch, Horus, ended up joining Chaos and leading 9 of the 18, half of his Primarchs directly to Earth to fight down the Emperor himself. Now, if you want to know what Chaos is, remember what I mentioned earlier? The warp, that immaterium, the hellish place? In there relies the 4 Chaos gods. Imagine like Satan and 3 other Satans. The warp being kind of evil, those Chaos gods, that's the reason. And so those Chaos gods manipulated Horus, and then Horus helped manipulate all 8 other Primarchs to lead this giant coup directly on the Emperor on Earth. And they fucked up shit. After this huge civil war, Horus died, but not before brutally wounding the Emperor. And right at the end of his life, they put the Emperor on this large golden throne on Earth, in which he is now alive, just barely, but slowly rotting away, powering something called the Astronomicon, so long as he stays alive, and is fed 1,000 people a day. The Astronomicon is like the North Star. If you want to do interstellar travel in 40K, you need to pass through that demonic warp I mentioned earlier. But how do you know where you're going? Well, the Emperor is there putting a nice little navigator right there. He helps navigate you to know where you're going. If you want to go from Earth to some crazy solar system across the way, you need to go through that warp, and then you need to know where you're going, go through there, and pop your way out. It's like doing nether travel in Minecraft, so you can shorten the distance between going to areas. So long as the Emperor is alive and being fed 1,000 people a day to stay alive, you can do that. The moment he dies, interstellar travel's gone for all of humanity. you're so boned. Now, since the Horus Heresy 10,000 years
Wow,
ago,
seems
the
pretty
Imperium has
important.
fallen from grace substantially. All technology has started to dwindle and die. There is now giant fundamental religious extremists that now believe the Emperor of Mankind was a deity, a true living god, which is probably the last thing the Emperor would have wanted to be remembered for. So now you have this thing called the ecclesiarchy, which is this giant church entirely devoted to spreading the good word of the Emperor. He is
Ecclesiarchy.
now the Holy Emperor God, the God Emperor of mankind, and all of the Imperial...
Wait. Wait. He's got my little feet. Yup, 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 yup. He has my feet. What did I do? What the frick? Oops. There you go. Oops.
Imperium has taken up worshiping him to the fullest extent and killing anything that isn't humanity in his name. The Imperium has this futuristic gothic tone to it and a hefty religious zealotry to them. If you think anything against the Emperor, that's heresy and you deserve to die. That is called being a heretic. Heretics die in 40K. There is no such thing as freedom of religion. There is no such thing as freedom of speech, so long as you are against the Emperor. There is no such thing as any kind of tolerance. Everyone is a religious zealot. Some more than others, but no matter what, you're preaching that good word. So right now, everyone in humanity is trying to expand their empire across the stars. If you are a heretic, someone who doesn't believe in the Emperor, you are deserving of death. If you believe in the Chaos Gods, you are also a heretic and you deserve death. If you are an alien race of any kind, you are a filthy Xenos and you deserve death as well. So long as the murder continues and humanity expands, the Imperium of Man is very, very happy. However, the largest fighting force of this Imperium is my personal favorite faction, and the first faction we will discuss, the Astra Militarum, or also known as the Imperial Guard.
Pretty shit now, man. You finished?
Imperial Guard.
The Imperial Guard is the main fighting force of the Imperium, and in a world of horrifying creatures, galactic monstrosities, the literal demons themselves breaking through the fabric of time to kill you, the Imperial Guard are untold billions of regular men and women wearing modern day like flak armor with a laser rifle. This is the humble las gun, the main weapon of the Imperial Guard. It fires superheated plasma lasers at an extremely fast fire rate. It is reliable, never jams. It can blow off limbs, giant holes in concrete. It is overall an extremely devastating weapon in modern day. It is one of the weakest in the 40K universe.
Oof.
Yeah, a laser rifle that never jams, it could blow off limbs, one of the weakest weapons.
Oof.
That's the world we're in right now. But who cares? Because the Imperial Guard has, in each battle, 500,000 of these men and women. 30,000 large armored tanks, 10,000 artillery
Timmy
batteries.
Lion, thank you for
The
the 2
Imperial
months.
Guard wins through
Bruno,
sheer
thank you for the 16
numbers
months.
and firepower. They
Thank
kind of
ya.
have this World
Thank you for
War
the
I, World
souls.
War II style aesthetic with legions of guardsmen as well as high company commanders and generals on the field along with them and multiple kinds of troops. A normal Imperial Guard battle starts off with artillery, long lines of artillery, cracking the crust of the planet underneath the enemy's feet. And as this barrage continues, hundreds of thousands of guardsmen see a sea of guardsmen surges forward, firing and charging at
McDonald's is
everything
preparing
possible,
your order.
while the planet rumbles as tanks roll up behind them. Gunships block out the sun, and tanks block out the dirt with the steps and hoof prints of millions of guardsmen. It is through numbers and sheer sundering firepower. They are the first and last line of defense for the Imperium and make up a huge bulk of the battles. The Imperial Guard is also made up of tons of different kinds of regiments. The Catachin Jungle Fighters live in a death world that's more hospitable than almost any firefight they'll ever get into. So they just have this steroid-looking, giant knife, Rambo Predator-looking sons of bitches, where nothing is anywhere near as scary as a simple knight on their home planet. You have the Valhallan Winter Soldiers who haven't felt their toes in 300 years, the Mordian Iron Guard who are more interested in making their shoes shine than actually fighting a battle, and then of course the big one, the Cadians from Cadia. The biggest export of guardsmen in the entirety of the Imperium. You will fire your first gun at 5. You will disassemble and reassemble it at 10. You will have pounding artillery drills day in and day out at 15. And you'll fight your first Swarm Lord at 16. And if you mention Cadia, you will burst into an unrelenting amount of tears and sadness like I do daily. To quote, I have at my command an entire battle group of the Imperial Guard. 50 regiments, including specialized drop troops, stealthers, mechanized formations, armored companies, combat engineers, and mobile artillery. Over 500,000 fighting men and 30,000 tanks and artillery pieces are mine to command. Emperor, show mercy to the fool that stands against me, for I shall not. The Imperial Guard are my personal favorite faction in 40k. They're the army I collect the most, the ones I enjoy playing the most, and the one I enjoy in the lore sense a lot. There's something about just a regular man with a laser rifle being told to charge the horrors of this universe and willingly doing so for his god emperor. It's just poetic. They actually represent the main Imperial Guard tactics pretty well. Large amounts of artillery that doesn't require a line of sight, lots of tanks, tons of infantry, drop troops, and gunships. Overall, they're pretty similar to how they sound, though a little bit expensive to collect, unfortunately. And they don't hit a lot. They have a bit of a bad aim, but you don't really care because you're just drowning them in shots. However, if you want more accurate fire and specialization, we can move on to talk about Space Marines.
Space Marines!
The Angels of Death are up next. Space Marines are genetically engineered super soldiers and superhumans. They're given extra organs, their skin tissue is toughened, their bones are stronger, they're taller than the average person. They're pretty massive people. And these are the specialized super soldiers that carry out a lot of the more specific tasks for the Imperium. And there's tons of legions of them. In fact, there's one per Primarch. Each Primarch, the Emperor's son, as I mentioned before, oversees their legion of Space Marines. The genetic upgrade they get is based on the genes of said Primarch. It's something called a gene seed. That's what brings them up to this like superhuman level. As stated, each Primarch has their own legion. Robot Girly Man has the Ultramarines, Jagatai Khan has the White Scars, Rogel Dorn has the Imperial Fists, Corvus Corax has the Raven Guard, and there's a whole bunch of other side sections that are also extremely interesting and have a little bit more of a twist on the average Space Marines, which we will discuss in a bit. Humorously enough, I don't have a whole lot to say about Space Marines. They're superhumanly fast. In fact, it's been said that nothing that large should move that quick. These men in power armor moving at blazing fast speeds. Their reflexes are faster. They look like action figures. They are overall just extremely powerful soldiers. In fact, where they differ comes down to which Space Marine Legion we're talking about. For instance, the Ultramarines done by Robot Gilliman are the main blue boys, strong in almost every way, the jack of all trades kind of group that are a little bit too strong, and that's a lore problem, but the White Scars by Jagatai Khan are all about speed freaks, go fast. We're talking attack bikes, we're talking land speeders, you want to go in quick, you want to hit them hard, you want them to be swarming around like buzzflies, buzzsaws, with the speed of buzzsaws. Fuck you, Pale King. Salamanders love fire. Fire in the forge, fire in battle. Flamers, melta-guns, multi-meltas. Just so long as something can be burning, that's big. And they're also actually some of the nicest of the Space Marines. A lot of Space Marines have this kind of like holier than thou thing because of their genetic strength. However, the Salamanders tend to put human lives above the lives of themselves, which is actually rather rare. They're also all black, but not like just regular black, like 2 a.m. line at a White Castle black. Like they have a charcoal, dark, ashy exterior and blazing red eyes. Apparently something about living on their home planet of Nocturne, which I don't know if that makes much sense, but who cares? This is like fantasy land anyway. Overall, Salamanders are actually one of my personal favorite legions because they're just really cool. They're fun to play as because of all their flamer weapons, and they have a nice, like, more heartwarming lore as opposed to being super evil like everyone else is. Oh my god, we're not even a quarter of the way through the Space Marine legions. Imperial Fists believe in the power of the siege and defensive positions. Raven Guards, master of stealth and sabotage while having burn helmets.
Okay.
Iron Hands, masters of machines and vehicles while being really goddamn good at being sold on eBay after one nerf. Space Wolves, Vikings and wolves and tons of wolves and axes, battle axes, fur everywhere. Space Wolves, angry,
Space
big
Wolves.
teeth. Blood Angels, the genetic defect to make them want to drink blood and go crazy, called the Red Thirst. They have Cupid wings and stuff, which is a little bit strange, and they are all super gay for Sanguinius. Dark Angels are old school
Like
knights and
vampires.
inner circle theme, and
Are you a heretic?
Me? No, never. Once in a blue moon, I know.
Death Watch, a fancy pantsy
I
anti-Xenos
don't get
group
it.
that nobody plays because Death Watch, and they look cool though, but no one plays them. I don't know about Death Watch. They're there though. Black Templars, for the people who, if you haven't prayed at least 3 times a day, you're gonna start praying out that airlock. And I'm sure there's some other chapters I may have missed as well, like Crimson Fists and stuff. But those are the main ones right here. Here, quote from the Emperor himself. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me. Like clay I shall mold them, and in the furnace of war I shall forge them. They shall be of iron will and steely sinew. In great armor I shall clad them, and with the mightiest weapons shall they be armed. They will be untouched by plague or disease, no sickness shall blight them. They shall have such tactics, strategies, and machines that no foe will best them in battle.
I hate
They
the
are my
quotes.
bulwark against the terror, they are my defenders of humanity, they are my Space Marines, and they shall know no fear. And on the tabletop, they fuck. Oh, they fuck hard. As of making this video, Space
They
Marines
frick.
are laughably strong. That might change at some point, but overall, Space Marines just have it's like a Swiss Army knife, a tool for anything you need, except it's like a gold-plated Swiss Army knife. It is extremely
Gold-plated?
strong. If you are actually getting into the tabletop of Warhammer, Space Marines are a great start. Also, whatever gameplay style you have,
Not
whether you wanna
anymore.
be sit back with long range
They
and
get
heavy
nerfed.
weaponry, go fast and run in, or even just full melee, all of these options are totally there for you. Space Marines are super badass, but unfortunately, it's time we start praying to our new god, the 2011 Honda Civic.
So is it any wonder people are afraid of technology?
Technology!
Oh
The
my god.
Adeptus Mechanicus.
Technology.
The Adeptus Mechanicus are a technophile cult on Mars. Now, these people are a little bit weird because they don't actually really believe in the Emperor of Mankind. And you might think, oh, whoa, Berkey, that sounds like some heresy. A little bit. They believe in the Emperor, they believe in his power, but they don't pray to him.
So there's the Emperor, and then there's Chaos. And if you believe in the Emperor, you're fine. But if you believe in Chaos, you die. And is the Emperor the dude who's stuck in a chair making space travel?
They pray to something called the Omnissiah. And the Omnissiah is
Yes?
this kind of machine god that they believe permeates in all machines.
Okay.
And if you think, well, wait a minute, they believe in a different god as well? That sounds like super heresy. Well, yes-ish, but they also make all your guns, and they make all your tanks, and they make everything that you have. So you can't really tell them to fuck off? Because you're not gonna win nothing if you don't got stuff to shoot people with. See, their Omnissiah at least makes sense from their standpoint. They believe it to be a deity that permeates through all machines.
Xenophobic?
Your Honda Civic, your
Does that mean they hate
standard
anyone
bolt
that isn't
gun,
human?
Your Dune Strider Walker, your giant mechs, your huge ships. The Omnissiah is present through all. And the only reason your stuff works is because the machine's spirit in it says it works. If you want your gun to work, your tank to run,
Wait, I don't know
you
what I
must
asked.
pray to it.
Everyone's saying yes, and I don't know what I said.
Full stop. You need to start chanting in high
Space
Gothic.
races.
You need
Oh.
to burn incense. You need to sit on your knees and pray to that car. You need to rub oil on your robes, and you need to go ahomina, homina, 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 homina. Full stop. If you want your damn thing to work, if you want your gun to fire, you need to do that. They are very bizarre, and they actually have a bit of a point because it's obviously working. And if you look at them, I don't know how that works, so they obviously know something about what they're doing. The most notable member of the Adeptus Mechanicus is Archmagos, Magos, whatever, Belisarius Call. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Yeah.
Look at this
This is
dude.
the group we're talking about. These are these weirdos. Here, the Omnissian Creed. The credo, Omnissiah.
So these guys believe in the Emperor, but they also believe in the Omni whatever who makes the guns.
There
And
is
they don't
no
work unless they worship it.
truth in flesh, only betrayal. There is no strength in flesh, only weakness. There is no constancy in flesh, only decay. There is no
Yes.
certainty in flesh, but death. Flesh is weakness, flesh is death. The Omnissiah
Not
is
the
the
Emperor?
god of the machines, and if you wish to be whole, if you wish
They
to be
don't believe in
holy,
the
if
Emperor?
you wish to give unto him, you must saw down your limbs and remove your organs and replace them with mechanical parts, because that is
They
what
believe
he
the
wants, and that
Omnissiah
is how
is
you will
the
become
Emperor. Oh.
enlightened. Hard technophiles mixed with religious
So they believe in the
extremism.
Emperor, but they think it's the
Adeptus
Omnissiah.
Mechanicus. Now, for their army side of things, they are with the Scutari. The Scutari operate with very bizarre weaponry and lots of different kinds of vehicles, tanks, and different people in between. They're very weird, but they have extremely wacky and enjoyable, and in fact quite effective, both in the real game and in the lore, weaponry and gear. Overall, as an army on the tabletop, they're very weird and have a whole bunch of different shenanigans, but if you like kind of that quirky, wacky techno thing, I'd give them a pickup. Hell, they're so paranoid. I gotta keep going. They're so paranoid and crazy. These Dune Striders you see right here, one guy was able to make them work. One guy, and he died. And they're so scared they'll never work again that they keep them on and they never turn them off, and they run around in a circle the whole time until they need them, and then they corral it and they go into battle.
Oh.
Yep. The Adeptus Mechanicus. Now, if you want to talk about faith, though,
One guide.
let's talk about the
Omega
Sisters of
Low.
Battle.
A simp has fallen for an eagle in Lego City.
The
Adepta.
Sisters of Battle of the Adeptus Sororitas, if that's how I pronounce it correctly, is an all-female group of battle sisters going through the ecclesiarchy section of the Imperium.
Battle
the
sisters.
ecclesiarchy is, of course, the church. This is, imagine a private army of the church, which is scary. And it is. The sisters are an extremely zealotous force, and they take this to a full extreme. They believe in three main things: faith, martyrdom, and fire. Through the bolter, the flamer, and the melta, the Sisters of Battle are extremely potent at taking out chaos and heretics. Mainly heretics, because as they are a fighting section of the ecclesiarchy church, that's the big thing they want to kill. Any form of
Heretics.
heretic will face the Emperor's justice through those three main weapons: the bolter, the flamer, and the melta, and they will
What
do
happens
so
to the men
with
of this race?
extreme prejudice.
Are they all just
Literally.
women?
They are the closest things we have to nuns in space. And I'm talking hardcore nuns. They carry holy fire on their backs. They have holy books and sigils all across their armor. Their main battle tank is
They're
a
human?
fucking
Oh.
pipe
Is this a
organ
faction of
missile
human?
launcher. They have small babies that they have like removed their brain capacity to make them little servant cherubs to fly around and give them ammunition and shit. They drop churches from low orbit as mini drop pods onto battles. They drop churches into battles
Church
and they
inbound.
blare war hymns and holy music from their frigates in low atmosphere and shower holy water across the battlefield. These are the people you are dealing with, and they're fucking awesome. They can literally stave off demons on the tabletop because their faith is that strong. Remember the warp, the demons from the warp? Well, the warp also manifests in your mind. All of your emotions, negative and positive, go through the warp. It's the
Here's your
immaterial,
birthday
the place of
present.
all things. So if
Drops
you
an
are
entire
that
church.
mentally fortified, that mentally strong, you can stave off horrifying demons. And all these girls, oh, not a crack. Not a crack in that mental armor. Now, as much as a meme as they are, and as much as their models look a lot like Ongo Gabloglian, yeah, which I can't unsee anymore, I gotta say, I love their design. I think they're extremely cool. They're another army that I'm currently collecting. They just released a whole new line of figures very recently, and they look wonderful. Everything from Celestine, the living, literally undying saint,
Can you paint them
from
however
the
you want,
triumph
or
of
do you have to
Saint
stick to a
Catherine,
color
which
palette?
is literally a funeral procession as a model. Those organ tanks I mentioned earlier. This shit is the most over-the-top badassery in a lot of the Warhammer universe, and goddamn it, is it over the top. But Sisters of Battle are so cool. While I'm a guardsman at heart, oh, this is such a cool faction. By Bolter Shell, Flamer Burst, and Melta Blast, the mutant, the heretic, and the traitor alike are cleansed of their sin of existence. So it has been for 5 millennia, so shall it be until the end of time. And speaking
Big on
of
heretic.
burning demons,
I can see!
Very nice.
the Grey Knights are the first army I actually collected back in 7th edition. The Grey Knights are a super secretive and much more old school look at power armored knights, except they are all psychers. All of them have that crazy space
Big
magic
knees. We got the
magician
big boy
shit.
inflated
For every
knees.
100,000
Just like the
guardsmen,
Space Marines.
there's one Grey Knight. For every 10,000 Sisters of Battle, there's one Grey Knight. For every 1,000 Space Marines, there's one Grey Knight. Grey Knights are the strongest of the strong, both in mental will and absolute just strength. These are Space Marines that are all high-level psychers, all of them able to specifically do one goal, and that is kill demons. The Emperor believed that the demons of chaos were the #1 threat to the Imperium, and he probably is right. However, this group is entirely based on doing that through a myriad of tactics. Coming from the planet, or I guess the moon, of Titan in the Sol system, the Grey Knights are thrown through extremely rigorous training and are as clear of mind and soul as they possibly can be. Since the demons of the warp are the warp and your mind projects to the warp, people can go insane very fast, especially lower level psychers. These Grey Knights need to be able to harness the warp in the
bird's on
presence
its
of
way!
demons and stay
bird's on its
perfectly
way!
same. One of their characters, one of my favorite characters, is named Castellan Crow. He has a demon blade, the black blade of Mahamahama, and he has to have it on him because it tempts everyone nearby, constantly beckoning them. Use my power, use
So that guy sleeps with that sword.
my strength, suck my penis, whatever the possibility. And so he has to keep it on him all the time as this thing whispers to him consistently, and he has to stave it off forever, being alone in his chambers or on the battlefield, because anyone who gets too close to it might be tempted a little too hard. He is that pure of heart and mind, and all the characters in the Grey Knights are basically like that. The only issue is that the Grey Knights have a scorched earth policy, in more ways than one. If they're fighting demons, demons corrupt and make people crazy. So if I'm a guardsman and I'm fighting demons, and the Grey Knights arrive, and they kill all the demons, I'm a risk.
Eh?
And so, guess who's not making it out of there? On the tabletop, they're very strike fast, strike hard kind of people. They teleport all around the place. They are fast strike groups, small amounts of models because they're so dang strong. You only have so many characters, but with it, you get in there, you're very tough, very tanky, you hit really hard, and you try to bounce on the battlefield quickly, but you don't have numbers, and so every dead Grey Knight hits really damn hard. They're fun though if you like that kind of fast striking kind of army. Oh, and also Caldor Drago is a thing. We're not even going to get into Caldor Drago. All right, that is, oh my goodness gracious. I am the hammer. I am the mail about his fist. I am the spear in his hand. Though we are lost, I am the shield on his arm. I am the flight of his arrows. I am the hammer. I am the sword. I am the shield. I am a soldier at the battle at the end of time. Grey Knights are pretty hardcore. They are as holy as you can get for a Space Marine. If you like Space Marines and you want to, you don't think they're holy enough, you want to be holier?
Holier than
Grey
a Space Marine.
Now, if you want to be holier and big, let's talk Imperial Knights.
Oh, Lord, he coming!
Oh,
Do you
Lord,
like
coming.
gigantic
Chungus.
walkers the size of homes or medium-sized buildings? Do you want to kill heretics, but you want to kill like 40 of them per turn? Do you want a gigantic, old-school knight noble house style of walkers with giant chainsaw arms? Then you got Imperial Knights. Imperial Knights, it's not a whole lot to talk about them because they're just gigantic walkers, but they have this old-school, like, house feel to them. Like, literally, like, they're houses.
Oh.
Each Imperial Knight comes from a house, and each of them act in their own special way. These behemoth of walkers
like
also
Harry Potter
destroy
houses?
almost everything in their path, killing full swaths of squads in a couple shots, stepping on legions of troops. Like, these things do not mess around. And they look so cool.
Are they
Imperial
human?
Knights and Chaos Knights, actually, for that matter, don't have a whole lot to discuss. They're just super
they
big,
robots?
heavy walkers, and they look different depending on your house or Chaos God you currently believe in. And overall, these things are just really cool if you want to murder everything in your path. They're the big, scary, big unit of Warhammer, and if you want to collect them,
piloted?
go to town. They make for a great painting project, too. Getting more back down to earth, let's talk something about a little bit different, a little more...
Oh. You left that part out.
If guardsmen are regular soldiers,
Gold pants.
Space Marines are super soldiers, Grey Knights are super soldiers, the Adeptus Custodes are super soldiers cubed. The Adeptus Custodes are the third major army I own. I know, 3 armies. I know, I got carried away, okay, but that's all. I only have 3, okay?
The better Space Marines?
They are our final
Imperial
brand
Knights?
of Space Marines, but these ones are
the Adeptus.
super special. Okay,
They're better than
if
Space
a guardsman
Marines?
is 6 foot, a Space Marine is 7 feet, a Custodian is 8 feet. These are the giant defenders of Holy Terra, which is also Earth. Earth is Terra, Terra themselves. These are the people that literally guard the Emperor's throne room, hence Custodes. These boys protect the Emperor's throne room at all times and are literally like handcrafted people. They're not humans brought up by a gene seer or something. These are all handcrafted super soldiers. I think from a tube. These behemoths of men are like 8 feet, 8.5 feet tall and functionally immortal. They stand still, spear in hand for hundreds of years without the need to sleep and barely even the need to eat, watching over the throne room and every other area of Holy Terra for their entire purpose.
Did people make their own fan-made factions?
Oh my lord, are they terrifying. These Custodians put Space Marines to shame. If you liked your super soldiers, these are your super mega soldiers. One of these men can take on probably 3 Space Marines and most likely win. There are many different groups of Custodians as well, like the Solar Watch, or there's also one of my personal favorite, the Aquilan Shield. The Aquilan Shield go out to seemingly unimportant individuals and protect them because they believe that they are going to be doing something very important in their lives. For instance, let's say a regular guardsman gets the protection of this giant 8.5 foot tall golden god because that guardsman will end up becoming a general one day or something of that nature. The Custodians work in mysterious ways and are almost always outnumbered, but never outmatched.
And make it a heretic?
These people
and paint
are
it
pretty
black?
horrifying, both on the tabletop as well as in the lore. There are very few of them, however, and there's actually an extremely small amount of them. But that's kind of the point. There's only so many of these people that can have war gear this strong, weapons this powerful, and training this good. And the custodians have all three of
or you
it.
can't.
For 100 years, I stood my watch amidst the somber shadows of the Sanctum Imperialis. I was still as a statue, but always ready, always attuned to dangers
Some people saying yes, some people saying
months, years passed by in a frenzied blur beyond those walls, yet within little moved and nothing changed.
You could, but
For
I would be
100
extremely
years,
angry.
I did not but wait. Yet had any threat appeared, I would have struck it down in a heartbeat. For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I can tell you this: patience is a weapon. The custodians are the top dogs of the Imperium.
Oh, I'm not talking about the game. No.
Though I do want to discuss a little bit about
talking
the Sisters
specifically
of Silence
about
before we get out of
your
here.
own
'Cause the
made-up
Sisters of
law.
Silence I also have a few of,
Your
and
own
they're
OC,
really
AU.
fun, but they don't get enough attention. These kind of balls.
When I ask questions, I'm not referring to the game because I know nothing
are a
about
whole
the game.
group of pariahs, are also known as blanks. We'll be referring to them as blanks from now on. So as every mind is somewhat connected to the warp, these blanks are a genetic mutation that has it suppressed heavily. Because of that mind suppression, normal people feel this weird, like, uncomfortable nature when around them. When a Sister of Silence walks past them,
what happens if their gold armor gets
ill.
dirty?
You feel just uncomfortable and strange. So most of them don't actually live past childhood, because once they are birthed, they're, well, you know, killed or something at a very young age, because they just emit a horrifying aura. These ladies, however, are guardians of the throne as well for more psychic threats. See, none of the custodians are psychers, so they have a difficult time dealing with major demons and other kinds of psychic phenomena.
Psychers
These
are like
sisters
mages?
are extremely specialized in it. All of them taking a vow of silence, as they don't speak, hence the term Sisters of Silence, but they communicate through hand gestures and things of that nature. But if there's a demon issue, if there's any kind of warp-based problem, the sisters are extremely adept at dealing with them, thanks to their blank gene. They normally work a lot of time with the custodians because they have to deal with both kinds of threats, but they're not represented that way on the tabletop. In fact, they only have like one real model for them, which is very unfortunate. I hope they'll get some like news soon, because I think they should really be working together as it is that way in the lore, but hopefully we'll get there soon. But if we're talking about blanks, let's talk assassins.
Fisio.
It's been a long video. We're about to round it out. We got this and one more human thing, and then we're done.
How's
the
it been 40
assassins,
minutes?
though, the Officio Assassinorum, oh boy, these people are deadly. Yeah, they're called assassins. They should be, but oh man.
And also look quality.
These people will mess you up. So these are from the Officio Assassinorum, a very special organization.
Psychos are crazy?
And they are handpicked by the Grand Master of the Officio Assassinorum.
Like Radical?
Shit, what was it called?
Radical
Schola
Mages?
Progenium. It's basically an orphan school. Your parents got murdered by demons or something, you get sent to this and you get trained to be whatever. Tempestus Drop Troop, an Inquisitor maybe even. Maybe you get a blank gene and you get thrown into the Sisters of Silence, or sometimes you just disappear. When you are taken, however, you go to one of 4 temples, because the Assassinorum works in the temple style of things. These temples are the Vindicare, Caluxus, Calidus, and Eversword.
There's a huge chance
We'll
they
start
can
with the
become
Vindicare.
possessed.
I'm far away. I've been sitting here for 3 weeks. Poof! The Vindicare Temple is the main sniper-based temple. Gigantic sniper rifles for all these assassins. Their whole point is to be able to be in a spot and sit there, eye and scope, for weeks, waiting for their perfect target, taking people out from literal miles away after extremely long time periods. The Vindicare Temple is about precise, perfect aim. There have been reports of Vindicares being able to single out particular body parts from over 2-3 miles away. Temples in the head, the jugular, for instance, and been sitting there after weeks. And when they're ready, take that shot, time is done, packs them up. The Calidus Temple, however, is a lot more about shape-shifting and deviant art. It's mostly a female-based one, or at least it seems to be, and this allows a lot of body augmentation for certain individuals to be able to kind of transmorph themselves and infiltrate areas that are problems. These assassins will end up taking missions that take them years, 2-3 years, to infiltrate a heretical group and slowly work their way up just to get enough time to put a bullet into the main target's head and then escape unharmed. Or become the main target and sabotage it from within. These are all completely about deception, mind tricks, polymorphing, and everything in between. And lots of drawings, lots of drawings. The Eversor Temple, just kind of disturbing one. The Eversor Temple is about when you don't want anything to come back alive, friend or foe. You want it all. An Eversor is psychogenically conditioned with just psychotherapy and psychological torture to only feel violence, hatred, and anger. It does the Clockwork Orange style of thing of just making you forced to watch never-ending pain and misery and psycho conditioning, I guess is the term. And then they pump you full of tons of psychedelic drugs and they cryo-freeze you. And then they drop you in an area where they just want to make sure everything is dead. And then you defrost, full of just all this insane, mind-boggling psychotherapy and psychedelic drugs, and you just go to town. Yeah, if you don't care if anyone comes back alive. You're like, all right, lost cause, send them in. Finally, there's the most bizarre temple, the Caluxus Temple. The Caluxus assassins are feared even among the other temples. So that blank gene, drugs? People will go to the Caluxus Temple with this as well. And this is where they can harness that to be massively anti-psyker or even just anti-regular people. They are seen with extreme fear and distrust among many, many people. They are described by the Eldar by quote as being pure evil. Imagine that uncomfortable feeling from that blank gene I mentioned, and then imagine them being taught and given equipment to amplify it by 100. If normally regular people feel uncomfortable, now they are basically akin to being a siren wailing directly in your ear. And if you're a psyker, oh no, the sheer presence of a Caluxus assassin is enough for you to tear your skin off. You will rather gouge your eyes out and rip your nails off than even being near this person. The Caluxus assassin is when you want psychers to literally lose their minds, and they will go on their knees and ask you to gun them down because it is a suitable choice over being anywhere near you. The motto of that temple is, "That which is unknown and unseen commands the greatest fear."
They're on the same
side? Tabletop assassins aren't that special. You can call them in no matter what Imperium faction you are, and they do a lot of work for themselves, but at the same time, they're very specialized and require a lot of finesse. And they work the way you generally want them to. You want to cause some distortion and weird stuff, you take a Calidus. You want to just murder swaths of infantry and then blow up Eversor. You want to kill that one guy, Vindicare, and if you have a lot of psychers, Caluxus. It's a nice little like jack of all trades if you have a specific thing you want to kill. And you get to choose which is really fun. But now, let's talk about the last human faction. We can round this video out before we do part 2.
Before the Emperor became a vegetable?
And we have a lot to talk about with them.
On the subject of heresy.
Oh boy. Where do I even begin with the Inquisition? Take every secret police you can think of. The KGB, the Gestapo, the CIA, FBI, any of these kinds of people. And then mark it up by about 10 and give them the most power in the entire Imperium. No, you know what?
Inquisition.
How about this? This right here, it's not just a quote. This is the Imperial motto, the motto of the Inquisition. I apologize for my bad pronunciation. Innocentia nihil probat. Innocence proves nothing. The most powerful organization in the Imperium, the secret police, their number one motto is innocence proves nothing. The Inquisition goes around like the secret police or like detectives to find issues in the Imperium. And they have different ordos depending on which one we're talking about. The Ordo Hereticus, the
before the
Ordo Xenos,
Inquisition.
the Ordo Malleus, for instance, and a whole bunch of other ones. Hereticus is obvious, they deal with heretics. Xenos tries to
like
find
Ash.
alien threats, and Malleus is demons. They all have different specializations in what they're trying to go for as this Inquisitor. And that's what they're called, Inquisitors. Each of them, as an Inquisitor, has their own free reign to do as they wish. They may have a ship and a crew, and they go out to find problems and interrogate people a lot. They are above the law in every department over Space Marines.
So they
Now,
can
the
do
Space
whatever they
Marines
want,
might
and the
argue
Emperor's just
against
like,
them and stuff, and there might be
"Yeah,
a
I
lot of
got you."
blowback, but technically they are above them as Inquisitors. They are looking to investigate and figure out coups and cults and demonic incursions and possible Xenos issues like gene stealers or a new threat coming into an area. They're about learning that stuff and actually doing detective work. And memes aside, they're pretty good at it. The Inquisition having all of this power does make them a little bit power hungry and frantic sometimes. And yes, it is still a bad thing, but most of them are pretty good at their job. And they spend a lot of time being very diligent to make sure that all of these leads they follow are proper and correct. They're basically space detectives with just enormous power and sometimes a bit of a power complex. And we haven't even talked about
the Emperor's just
Exterminatus yet.
existing. He doesn't really have a say on anything now.
Exterminatus is deeming a planet unfit to be saved. I deem that this planet is demon infested, and
Exterminatus.
taking it back will cost too
Planet
many
destroyed.
resources and is not worth it. I have now committed Exterminatus on this planet. I will now sign the death warrant of an entire Imperium planet, as it is unfit to take and better to be destroyed than allow the enemy to hold it. This can mean saturation bombardment. This can mean cracking the planet's core and breaking it apart. Doesn't matter. Render this planet.
So if they're at war on a planet and they're losing, they'll just blow up the planet? Why wouldn't they do that to begin with?
Inhospitable to all life. Yes, the innocence proves nothing people are the only people who can choose this planet must die in its entirety.
Resources? Oh.
Yeah, you're playing the villain.
So it's like a
now it is memed
last
a lot,
final
but
resort?
most Inquisitors are very rare to do Exterminatus. Exterminatus
can't
is a
have this
very
planet,
crazy
neither can
thing. There's
you?
only so
Oh.
many worlds that you don't want to destroy
Oh.
all of them. Now naturally, with the memes aside, there are some people who are a little bit rough on this one. But most Inquisitors generally don't like to do Exterminatus a ton, but it is an option
Execute
they have.
Order
And it's a
66.
crazy option when you think about it. Secret Police Inquisition are unfortunately not represented on the tabletop very much. You generally kind of put one in your army if you feel like it. You have a couple special options there and some side content, but they're not really fleshed out very well, and personally they need a lot more stuff put
they
in
look
there, and they
cool,
really
though.
need a lot more effort put into them. And they're not
They look cool, at
quite
least.
where I want them to be. Overall, the Inquisition makes for a lot of the best storytelling as well, because it's a little bit hard to talk about a big story of a whole bunch of Space Marines killing something. Right? It's just a big battle story. It's not as interesting. Having that intrigue and that moral dilemma that an Inquisitor has makes for a lot better media. And honestly, the more people do it, I think it's better, because then it adds a little more humanity to the Warhammer horrible, horrible grimdarkness. And wow, we just finished the humans. All right? Come back for part 2 when we talk about...
Yeah, we got part 2. I think it's this one.
Hey all, this is part 2 in a 2-part series on the Warhammer races. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, we do the Imperium of Man. You can check that out in the description, and I would highly recommend you watch that to get context for this episode. If you already have, go ahead and keep on watching. So after an entire episode of nothing but humans, we can now talk about chaos. Which involves humans again. But a little bit less, we also got demons and shit.
I just felt someone grab my ass.
What?
Like
What?
hard, Nick.
So, as I've mentioned many times before, we've discussed the
Demons.
warp, the immaterium, the hellish landscape, the purgatory dimension realm between the material realm of our existence. Now, in the warp, it's terrifying, horrible. There are demons everywhere. Things are crazy. All your minds and thoughts and emotions get projected there. It is both formless and empty. It
He's
is
wearing
vast
burgundy.
and tiny. It
Diamonds.
obeys the laws of time and physics while simultaneously does absolutely nothing of the sort. It is a hodgepodge and a culmination of just unknowable, eldritch, horrifying shit. And there are 4 gods that
Chaos.
permeate in chaos and the warp. These are the 4 major chaos gods. And if we wish
Is the warp called the warp, or is it you warp into the chaos, or do you warp into the warp? Is like that area called the chaos, or is it like the heretic religion that is the chaos? The warp is called the warp?
to learn about chaos, we need to learn about
So where
each
chaos
and every
resides is the warp. So when you're traveling through the warp, are you like exposed to chaos? Are you exposed to chaos when you travel space?
single one of these chaos gods. First up, we have Korn, and he is the easiest. Korn is your classic Satan. He is all about anger, murder, fighting, blood, guts, death. You ever heard the term blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne? That's Korn. The whole idea is that he is all about the fury and strength of battle. He doesn't
Conflicts.
care where blood comes from, so long as blood is
special
flowing.
shielding to
He wants to
traverse the
fight
warp.
and murder and carnage and slaughter and death, 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 death. That is Korn. Very simple to understand. Next up, you have Zeech, and Zeech is the god of change.
Zeech.
However, the god of change, it's permeates in so many different other ways. He's the most eldritch of all the demon gods. He has this weird way to always be plucking at the strings of the universe. He's always conniving and scheming and doing his best to cause as much little bullshit as he can. Zeech is unknowable. Everything that makes sense, he will and won't do. Every future and
His
setting and every
speed
type of destiny or fate is all foretold and also changeable. It is set in stone while also completely random. He knows what everything is going to happen and also that none of it's going to happen. You would ask Zeech a question. That question leads to 3 more questions. And those questions
silly
lead
little
to
guy.
the heat death of the universe, which asks 4 answers to those questions. And then he thinks to himself, what are questions even really? And are you even asking the questions? Or are you simply giving paths to answers and other horse shit? Zeech is just, I'm gonna fuck with stuff. He is yes and he is no. He is the understanding and he is complexity. He is unknowable. And that's what the God of Change is about. Very bizarre. And he likes birds a lot. I don't know why. Next up, we got Papa Nurgle. Papa Nurgle, he loves you for who you are. Probably not. He will murder you just the same. But Papa Nurgle is about rot, pestilence, death, and decay. He is the end of everything. Him and Zeech do not like each other very much because where Zeech represents change and adjustment, Nurgle represents stagnation and death. He is all about miasma and pestilence and large bloat and pus and organs and people just being sedentary, sloth. He is the idea that everything will rot and decay and die. Nothing is certain besides decay and death. All of us will end up the same way, and broken down through just sheer never-ending decomposition. So the joke that Nurgle always loves you is generally because of that, because we all end up the same. We all rot, and we all die and wither. That's Nurgle, and he's got a general theme of course, pestilence and different kinds of diseases and sickness and things of that nature. That's generally Nurgle. He's pretty easy to understand as well, and he chunk. Finally, we have the youngest of the Chaos Gods, and that is Slaanesh. also known as the Prince of Pleasure or the God of unspeakable excess.
Slanesh.
Slanesh is generally referred to with sex. But it's not only sex, it's just that's a good avenue if you want to make stuff.
Only heretics
Slanesh
have
is
sex.
just the idea of the senses
You hear
of the
that, chat?
body being
Only
cranked
heretics
to
have
not
sex.
just 11, but
You
more
know
like
what
17.
happens to heretics?
So we'll discuss Slanesh a little bit more when we talk about the Eldar because they done fucked up. But it, or whatever, is mainly about just the excess of emotions. And therefore, sex is generally a large part of it. However, it's mostly pain and torture. Lots of pain, torture, but sometimes
BDSM.
sexually related or drug related. Lots of drugs. Lots of drugs. Slanesh gets off on everything. Extremes in happiness, extremes in sadness, extremes in pain and sadism and masochism. And of course, that goes along with the sex part of it as well. It's generally referred to with sex because of the color scheme, very purple, lots of exposed genitalia. A lot of their models have like exposed nipples and stuff. And that is generally the theme you go for from a physical side, but it really embodies everything, mainly pain and also the excessive amounts of emotion. So when it comes down to it, you'll find a lot of them have things like spikes or whips or any kind of BDSM style gear because it is unspeakable excess. The Prince of Pleasure. Everything in excess to the point where it is just sheer frightening. That is Slanesh in a nutshell. A little bit bizarre and a little hard to describe sometimes, but as we talk more about the Dark Eldar layer in this video, you'll understand it far, far better and far more than you'd want to. Now you might be thinking, why would anyone ever want to join Chaos? They all look horrifying, screwed up, and just frightening things, right? Well, the thing is that, of course, one, your mind is put into the warp and the materia, so you can be easily swayed by chaos demons when they get into your head, especially if you're a psyker. Sometimes regiments of the less mentally strong people, whether they be civilians or, say, low-level guardsmen or conscripts, can be easily swayed by this and become chaos cultists and stuff, and they serve their dark gods or whatever god they personally refer. However, and this might seem strange, chaos in their own right isn't necessarily evil. See, the warp is every manifestation of emotion and being, every soul, everything of existence. This includes all the good things. All the different chaos gods have another side to their coin. Khorne might be death, murder, slaughter, slaughter, but he's also got this weird sense of survival of the fittest, trial by combat, and honor. Khorne will never lie to you. Khorne will never stab you in the back. Khorne isn't about conniving and scheming. Khorne is about straight up mano-y-mano, you versus me, get in the ring, we're gonna murder each other hard right now. It may not be a good thing at the end of the day, but it is that other side of the coin. Him and Tzeentch generally don't get along because Tzeentch is that conniving schemer, but he's also about the idea of hope. Where there is change for your predicament. There is change for your problem.
The blood god?
The hope of the galaxy, the ability to bend the world to your will, the idea that your fate is not set in stone, but in reality that you control your own destiny and can control it whenever you want, the changer of ways. That is Tzeentch. And of course, Tzeentch and Nurgle hate each other because while Nurgle does represent stagnation, death, and decay, he also represents finality. An ending. The fact that you can be mentally at peace.
So when people say blood for the blood god, they're basically saying I'm a heretic.
Fear of the unknown, fear of change is not present with Nurgle. With Nurgle, everything will rot and die, and that provides that finality, that ability that this is over. We are all the same, and we will all end the same. We know the meaning of life. The meaning of life is to live and die and rot. And with that, it brings peace of mind. Slanesh is a lot more simple. While they are the excess of emotion, they are also the representation of emotion. Slanesh embodies happiness. Slanesh embodies excitement and joy and pleasure. Not only in the sense of the physical, bam style of pleasure, but also everything else like food and drink.
What if they're an imperial secret heretic?
The feeling, emotion, and feeling. All of that is also represented with Slanesh.
I don't want to play Halo.
You have to ask, why are they always represented as super evil skulls and spikes on everything and want to murder everybody?
I'm being pulled into the world
I don't really got an answer for you on that one. My assumption is that because mentally humans may think worse thoughts, even if we don't act on them, and therefore they're projected in the warp more. That one's a little bit
Playing
weird. I don't know.
customs?
This is me spitballing right now, but I don't know. You need a super bad guy. You already got the Imperium of Man. You need somebody to be a little bit worse than them.
I'm
So
waiting
you
for
got
my
demons.
McDonald's to
Honestly,
come.
who cares? I just want to buy like a bird magician. Look at him. So cool. So combining all this together, on the tabletop, Chaos Demons are generally very melee-based. They run in, go really hard. You have lots of
like, we
summoning
didn't even learn
and
about the
conjuring,
Alts
tons
yet.
of
We're
spells.
only 10
Generally a
minutes
little bit
in.
frail, but they have special saves to make them a little bit stronger. You've got giant demons and smaller demons. You got hordes of little boys and tons of big guys. Demons are as they seem. Demons. Nurgle is slow, Khorne is super scary in melee, you've got Zeech who are far more into psychers and spellcasting, and then Slaanesh who is all melee, really fast but squishy, but in lots of hordes of tons of melee and pain damage, of course. So overall, the demons are a huge part of 40k and a massive threat to almost every single faction with the exception of a couple. However, the big part about demons is also transferred into the other 9 Primarchs we didn't talk about, which are the Chaos Space Marines.
Chaos Primarchs.
So Horus and all of his boys, all of them in the Primarchs, they have all also become Chaos Boys, and they all have their own special Chaos
Right,
legions,
heading to restaurant.
specializing in
How
so
long
many
are they
different
gonna
things,
take?
just like
Where's
the
my
Adeptus Astartes,
food?
the Angels of Death, the regular Space Marines. Chaos Space Marines aren't a whole lot different than the regular Space Marines. They have the same armor, generally the same training and toughness. They just specialize in different kinds of things. And also a lot of the Primarchs have ascended into greater demons? They're demon Primarchs at this point. Gigantic, horrifying man-demon hybrids that are pretty awesome, if I'm going to be honest. They look really cool. But them and their associated legions that they are a part of are all kind of going out there and causing a large ruckus for everyone else. Considering the raw strength and firepower of a legion of Space Marines, imagine that entire legion just converting to chaos and immediately fighting you. It's generally pretty horrifying. There's a lot of them, so I gotta write them down. But you've got the Emperor's Children with Primarch Fulgrim, loyal to Slaanesh. These people, they are some messed up people. They're just sensory overload, tons of drugs, tons of torture. And I think Fulgrim is a demon Primarch right now, and oh god, I am terrified to see what that man looks like, at least on the tabletop, because Emperor's Children are not good people. You've got the Iron Warriors, which are kind of like opposite of the Imperial Fists, with Primarch Perturabo, I believe is his name. They're Chaos Undivided. They just kind of serve chaos in a general aspect instead of...
So, the Emperor made Horus. The Horus had 18 people, and 9 of them are now chaos? And the Emperor hates them? So Horus is win against the Emperor? Where did the other 9 come from? "20. 9 would... Oh, the traitors, I see. 2 were erased. Oh, Emperor made all 18. Horus took half with him. Where did Horus come from? Where did he come from? Who was Horus before he took 9 dudes? Eh? He was his son? Blood son? Or giant test tube? He was a normal Primarch? So he was one of the 20? He was one of the 20, but took 9 of them with him and made them chaos? Oh.
Choosing one of the 4, but the Iron Warriors are big on the siege and fortification, and they're basically entirely against the Imperial Fists and a major rival. Perturabo, I believe, is also still alive, and I'm also very interested to see what he looks like, because Demon Primarchs are badass.
What happened to Horus to make him go against the Emperor?
Conrad Kurz is dead, which is good, because he's a sick fuck, but the Night Lords are generally about terrorizing people and terrorism. They're generally about fear, and rightly so. You've got the World Eaters with Primarch Angron still alive, also excited to see.
Spoilers?
Angron, if you think you've known an
Chaos
angry
Gods?
person, Angron is
They got
the
corrupted.
angriest son of a bitch you will ever know.
So Horus got corrupted by Chaos. How come the others didn't get corrupted by Chaos? Was he the only one they got through to?
Angron removed parts of his brain that didn't make him angry, so he could be angrier. Angron, fucker's mad. You've got the Death Guard with Primarch Mortarion. They actually have their own special codex and their own major army
He
on
corrupted the
tabletop. Mortarion himself is actually one of the models, and look at him. Look at him. It's so cool looking. Of course, Nurgle based, obviously. So very slow, but very
he
tanky.
made them get
You've got the
corrupted.
Word Bearers with
Horus
Primarch
made them
Lorgar.
get corrupted.
Lorgar is, I believe, still alive. I don't know what's up with
So
him
how
at
is
the
he
current
the only
moment, but
one who
Word
got
Bearers
corrupted
are generally the
first?
people who caused all the major problems in the beginning. At least I blame them for it. They're little assholes. You got the Black Legion with Primarch Horus. Get fucked, nerd. You've got the Alpha Legion with Primarch Alfarius Omegon. Chaos, I think. And then finally, you've got the Thousand Sons with Primarch Magnus the Nerd. Thousand Sons also have their own book, just like the Death Guard. Magnus is also a tabletop model. He looks super cool, as you can tell. And they're all super heavily Psyker and kind of Egyptian themed. They look pretty neat. But overall, with all of these Chaos Space Marine factions, you can play as a lot of different ones, but the main ones that you can really work at are standard Space Marines, Chaos Space Marines, as well as the Death Guard and Thousand Sons, as they are the most fleshed out, especially on the tabletop at least. See this right here? This is a really good way to describe the Chaos Space Marines. What the thick-headed fools with their broken corpse of an emperor fail to understand is that not only can they never defeat us, but they cannot hide or flee or shield themselves from the triumph of chaos. They are finite and we are unbound, undivided. They must not err, or they shall fall to heresy. All who fall join our cause. Every imperial fool who dares to open his eyes is a willing recruit. They strive merely to hold back our fury and might, and it consumes them.
Think of the tier 1.
Thus, you can see chaos is inevitable. We lurk not only beyond their grasp and at their gates, we lurk within the darkness of their souls, on the tip of their tongues, in their tortured dreams. We are them, but freed from the shackles of ignorance. We are them, grown strong, evolved. We are them, but so much more. As hardcore as that quote is, the saddest part is they're mostly right. Chaos is basically unkillable. You could probably get rid of Space Marines, a decent amount, the Chaos Space Marines that is, but every soul that dies goes to the warp. Every Chaos soul will end up back in the warp. And depending on how hard you killed them, they will come back at some point. Every demon you banish will return at some point.
So it's
Chaos
just eternal
is
war?
unstoppable. The warp is unending. And while maybe there is at some point some way to stop them somehow, the resources to do so, the requirements to do so, are so far beyond the reaches of man and the other races at the current moment that really it's just an unstoppable force that just keeps on coming and is just barely being slowed. Chaos is by far the biggest threat. They are without number, their legions are everywhere, and yeah, they're pretty scary. So, I promise, we're done with humans now. Let's talk about some Xenos.
The Eldar.
So let's talk about the Eldar, or also known as the Eldari, which are a super hyper-specialized and very technologically advanced race of, well, elf people. They were, as well, responsible for the creation of Slaanesh, the newest demon god. How'd they do that? Debauchery on a world-ending scale. See, back in the day, it was just Khorne, Tzeentch, and Nurgle. And the Eldar are very, very ancient, millions of years. These Eldar, however, have a bit of a sensory problem. You know, every kind of pain or feeling that you have is a little bit amplified compared to the normal. However, with Eldar, as their race advanced so excessively, and they became so self-reliant, and everything became so easy, there was no requirement for food production anymore, there was no shortages, everything was basically done. Everyone was so comfortable, and that comfort breeded this weird sedation, and that sedation,
Sedation.
breeded the requirement for more and more debauchery.
Debauchery.
When everything you have can be so easily acquired, you will end up down this road of pure debauchery.
My
All
order
of
is
the
finally on
senses
its way.
the Eldar had that were so powerful, things like feeling, happiness, sadness, and just evil and good, all needed to be satisfied and satiated. And the desire to satiate these senses grew more and more with worse and worse debauchery. It started off
I don't even
with
know what
things
debauchery
like
means.
sex and drugs becoming so much more rampant because of these are the first things you generally turn to when requirements for living are so easily accessible. It would get to the point
Well, it's
that
like 3
made
a.m. and there were
Sandra
no
Cohen in
delivery
BioShock
guys
look
out.
sane.
So I got like the
All right,
only
this
one
is the
that's
kind
around.
of debauchery it led to. It was constantly satisfying and satiating these sexual and sadistic or masochistic fantasies that only elevated and elevated, and this was species-wide. People started going down darker, more depraved, and more violent paths as time went on. However, some
Excessive
people didn't
indulgence in
entirely take to
sensual
that.
pleasures.
Some of
That's
the
what
Eldar were
debauchery
looking
means?
at this depraved species that they had become and said, "I
What
no
makes a-
thanks for me,
what's a
dog. I'm
sensual
good."
pleasure?
And they bailed. These are the Craft World Eldar.
Does watching
They
Twitch-
left on
does
these
watching Twitch
giant
count?
continent-sized starships called Craft Worlds. They believed in learning the old ways of the Eldar and pushing away from this depravity and debauchery and going back to their main roots. And so they would segment themselves on these giant craft worlds far in the outer reaches of space. They even had this thing called the Webway. Remember when we mentioned about warp travel with the
Webway.
Imperium? Well, the Eldar had something way safer
Subway.
called a Webway.
Webway.
And the Eldar Webway is actually like a pocket dimension kind of thing. And in that pocket dimension, there were also more horrible, depraved groups and clans that would spend their time in there. And if you imagine the debauchery was bad already, these were debauchery X10. So all of this continued,
I like
and it
Amaranth.
continued, and it bloated until Slaanesh just burst forth. All that emotion, all that mental, well, thought processes, I suppose, all of this in such a condensed space. Don't forget, this is all being shot, all their souls as well, into the warp. All of this depravity right into the warp. So what happened? Boom.
So can a
Slaanesh
fifth
was
Chaos
birthed
God be
and
created?
killed off 90% of the entire Eldar population. Untold trillions had their souls ripped from their bodies and their actual fleshy bodies devoured by Slaanesh demons. The
In theory-
entirety of the Eldar race was eaten
So a Chaos
alive
God
and
can
their
just pop
souls
out of nowhere?
consumed to the Prince of Pleasure. All of them got fucked up. It was so
Will they ever
bad
make a
that
fifth
it
one?
literally ripped a warp hole into the fabric of the materium called the Eye of Terror. That's literally this like quasi horrifying gateway portal from the materium and the immaterium right next to Cadia,
I don't
and
get
it is horrifying. So this
What's wrong with
Slaanesh, also
Cadia?
known as She Who Thirsts by the
didn't
Eldar,
tell us
slaughtered the entire population. Except
Shout
for a
out Blinks.
couple.
Thank you for the
Those in the
prime.
craft worlds were actually not affected by this as they were so far in the reaches of the galaxy. That crazy crack, that birth of Slaanesh only affected the ones in the center. So these craft world Eldar were able to escape, but Slaanesh got their sights on them. Every time an Eldar will die, their soul doesn't just pass into the warp naturally. It goes straight to Slaanesh, craft world or not. What about those people in the Webway? Well, imagine that giant birth happening, but they were only able to just barely get a
So if
grasp
the soul
onto
goes
you.
straight to Slaanesh, do they have to endure a lot of pain because of the whole masochist thing? I don't get that.
Slaanesh was just barely
happens with-
able to hold
what does
on.
Slaanesh do with
These
him?
people are the Dark Eldar, or also known as the Drukhari. The Eldar population right now is so massively small.
So
It is
you want to stay away
minuscule
from?
compared to any of
You want to stay away from the Chaos Gods when you die?
A pre-pog, a pre-pog.
The Chaos is way more hard to understand than the Imperial Emperor stuff. And wait, so their sensory is like amped up because they're elves? But when they die, they get sent to Slanesh because they're elves. And then they have to be baned, tortured, until they come back to life. Well, how do you come back to life when you've gotten in the warp then? Is there a time limit? Do you do your time in warp prison? Yeah, I did my time. Do you come back sentient? Do you remember everything? Can you be like, yeah, I've seen Slanesh like 5 or 10 times. You don't? Oh, as a demon. You come back as a demon. And they use the demons to fight the humans? Demons come back, so you become a demon. You kind of get reincarnated into a demon. Is that what you fight? Is that what the elves are fighting? How come the chaos went to kill everything? I'm confused.
The other most of the other populations in the universe. The Eldar are consistently having issues trying to get their population up because as their souls are constantly being hungered by from Slanesh, they realize their entire species is doomed. And they understand it very well. Since the time of the fall, our race has been haunted by what we, in our reckless pursuit of hedonistic indulgence, gave birth to. Though our dreams once overturned worlds and quenched suns,
lost too.
we
I
are
don't
now
get
but
it.
fitful shadows clinging to the edge of existence. All the stars in the sky cannot blot out the hateful glare of the red moon's
I didn't even know there were
the
elves.
birthing place of the great enemy pulses with all the malice
You
of
lost
a demon
me when you brought
that
in
is
the Eldar.
dreaming, casting its shadow over all we have ever done and all we ever shall. Every twisted strand of fate and casting of the runes leads me to this time, to this place, and it is clear that the final battle awaits me at the ancient Crone worlds, a conflict the likes of which has not been seen since the Monkai warred amongst themselves and their corpse of a seer fell to his traitorous son. Is coming,
Elves
and
made
all my
Slanesh
steps lead
called
towards
dibs
it,
on their
no
souls.
matter that I walk other paths. I see the stars stain red with
So
the
was
blood
Slanesh
of the
an
Monkai,
accident?
and though their wars do not
Because the
concern me,
elves
I would gladly let them
did too
destroy
much
one another.
debauchery?
I know that to
To
avoid this
explain it
fight
quickly, the
is to
Eldar
condemn
could be
my race
reborn
to
before they created Slanesh. Now instead they get their souls vid by her, because they partied too hard.
Oh, so they're being punished. They're being punished by Slanesh. Huh.
inevitable doom, and though all I see is darkness,
see.
I know that I will not flinch from my destiny. And now let's talk about cute plastic models.
I'm getting
Bro, I'm
call.
straight up not having a good time.
Is my food here? I'll be right back. Eh? I got my food. I got my burger.
The first playable race we have for the Eldar are the Craft World Eldar and living in those Craft World starships I mentioned earlier. And each of them have their own kind of Craft World, almost like a Space Marine Legion. Each Craft World is in itself its own special kind of group. And the Eldar themselves are very fast and rely a lot on trickery. They are squishy, a bit weak, but they're very in tune as psychers. Tons of psychers across the entire Eldar population, and their weaponry and abilities are fast and extremely hard-hitting, but of course rather fragile. Understanding an Eldar's brain is an exercise in futility. They are all over the place in confusion and trickery on a whole galactic scale. They fight weird, they think weirder, and Eldar in their own right really rely on this to keep their species alive. They need to think about deception and the strangeness of what they do if they truly want to not be immediately murdered and slaughtered wholesale, thanks to their entirely small population.
I got a
However,
burger
I
and
must say
nacho
that it
cheese
seems like their
wedges.
population is getting slightly better. These craft worlds hold millions upon millions of people. And as they continually, reproduce and have their craft worlds expand, losing a few people in battle, while hurts a lot, they aren't really losing what's extremely precious to them. It's not like every single death means the death of their species.
Oh yeah,
They're kind of on the upturn a little bit.
What I was thinking when I went to get my food is basically the Eldar's Slanesh is like the human's Satan. So like Slanesh punishes everyone, but because Eldar's made Slanesh, they get extra punishment.
They're still a doomed race being sucked into Slanesh every time someone dies, but they are definitely doing a little bit better than they were before. Eldar are fast, cunning, and what they don't make up for in tankiness, they make up for in extremely advanced weaponry. They also call humans Monkai, which is something I mentioned earlier. That is a derogatory slur for humans in the Warhammer world. Why is it called Monkai? Well, it's because you can't, in your game, call people monkeys.
Oh.
On the tabletop, exactly what I said. Not very tanky, generally pretty squishy, hit like trucks, and move at Mach 5. Fast, hit hard,
they look like
die
that Revenant
fast.
skin.
Exactly how it sounds. They've been good for a very long time, too. We bring only death and leave only carry-on. It is a message even a human can understand. Eldar. So, Drukhari. Let's talk about the Dark Eldar.
On today's episode of How Fucked Up Is Fucked Up.
You'll say that one lead character.
So those people I mentioned in the webway, in the super deranged cults and the depraved people of the Eldar, in the webway, they didn't quite get a hold onto them. Slanesh has them, but it has them on by the pinky finger. And they're slowly being consumed by Slanesh, but they found out they can stave her off by doing Slanesh things. The Dark Eldar are by far the worst, most horrifying, disgusting, depraved, and brutal race in all of Warhammer 40k.
Oh.
These are entirely a group of people whose full purpose to save their species from extinction, to go into planets, raid them, and take as many slaves as they possibly can to torture them for 1, 5, 10, 20, a million years, because that torture will keep them from dying. They look very BDSM style too. They definitely have a lot more spiky bits and they have a lot more of that kind of leathery black look to them. But let's say you are an upstanding Imperial citizen, living life on a regular planet. You get invaded by the Necrons. The Necrons will shoot you with a deatomizer and you will be destroyed in a millisecond, and that's it. Not the worst way to go. You are invaded by Chaos Marines or something. You take a bolter shot to the head or a chain sword across your stomach and you get cut in half. Painful, but not the worst. The orcs arrive. They beat you to death. Hurts, but
Oh, the
whatever.
Ox.
Tyranids, they eat you alive. It's pretty rough. The Dark Eldar. The Dark Eldar. This is going to get a little graphic. I apologize. You pray you die. You don't. You are instead taken as a human slave. Your life will be endless work and agony, 24/7. They will make sure you can't not die, as your pain
This guy hated every
satisfies
JoJo
them.
pod except for
They
5.
will hook you up to
Bricky
all
did?
manner of torture devices. They will inject pain-based stimuli drugs directly into your nervous system. They will slowly run razor blades across your skin. They will fillet you and pull out your teeth and your fingernails one by one. They will remove your appendages and your skin and wait for it to grow back so
Everyone
they
has
can
an
do it
opinion,
again.
I guess.
They will murder and torture and use the R word, it rhymes with grape, your entire family in front of you and do the exact same thing to them. You yourself will also be rhymes with grape anywhere and everywhere possible. And this will occur for 20 years until you are no longer satisfying to them. And then you will be contorted, crushed, and twisted
I'm a JoJo Part
into
2
some
fan.
form of trophy. A fleshy trophy, or a ring, or a couch, or a TV stand, or perhaps a wonderful hat, while you are, of course, still alive and breathing. And you will become a moaning, fleshy trophy for eternity. And that is what happens when you are taken by the Dark Eldar. They are the most depraved, most horrifying race in all of 40k. They look the part, and they do it so they all don't die. They are literally forced to do this, because if they don't, Slaanesh's grip will get harder, and they will have their souls pulled away. So long as they keep doing this, Slaanesh is like, "You're doing good, man. You're doing solid. You keep that shit up, you elf-eared bastards." That's the Dark Eldar. That's the Drukhari. They are horrible. On the tabletop, they're actually kind of like Eldar, but more extreme. They are even squishier than the Eldar, but they hit generally even harder. Fast attacks, skirmishers, really quick, speedy, like get around them, do a lot of damage, get away kind of stuff. That's most of the Dark Eldar. Look up the definition of grim dark in a dictionary. You'll find a picture of the Dark Eldar and Sev from Republic Commando. A quote from Mr. Vecht. "We are the lords of despair, masters of terror. Dread and agony are our meat and wine, and they are plentiful indeed." Dark Eldar. Let's talk about the Harlequins. Clowns.
What's the matter, Andy? Don't you want to have some fun?
The Harlequins are a bizarre race of Eldar. They're demonic clown performers. They're like a weird mix of Sander Cohen from BioShock
I got
and
extra
Jin from
pickles!
League of Legends, but in a more clown theme. They're artists
I didn't
of
ask for
death
them, but I got
and
them.
perfecters of their craft. They do not belong to Craft Worlds or any of the weird Drukhari people. They guard something called the Black Library, which is this giant tome of never-ending knowledge deep in the heart of the Eldar webway, and also guarded by their god named Kegorok, I believe is how you pronounce his name. He is the laughing god, but it's the Eldar's laughing god? And these are the Harlequins, the Harlequin clowns. These are Eldar clowns, okay? So imagine the things that an Eldar, these depraved individuals, would find funny.
Oh.
And this is the god of that. It's a horror clown. These are gods of horror for us normal people. For them, they're like, oh, it's so funny. They're all dying horribly. Honk, honk. They're very bizarre and difficult to describe. They've escaped the ruinous powers of Slaanesh somehow, but their main thing is guarding that Black Library. And the Harlequins they're demon clown performers. They're barely any models on the tabletop. They're good in melee. They're demon clowns.
I don't think the
I'm not
models look
sure.
good at
I got
all.
a quote. "It is too easy for an Eldar to embrace the obscene virtues of chaos, for Slaanesh is nothing more than a manifestation of the Eldar mind in its most wild and unconstrained form. Human morality is meaningless to the Eldar, and to the dark side of the Eldar mind, all life is to be expended at a whim. Cruelty and generosity are but the impulse of a moment. Beauty and sensuality are virtues that can be expressed in bloodshed just as easily as in song. To an unfettered Eldar mind, there is neither sanity nor madness, but merely a wave of perfect existence fulfilled by its own savage momentum. They're very strange. Harlequins, Drukhari, Eldar, they are an anomaly that make humans seem completely easy to understand in comparison. They range from rekindling their civilization to horrifying murder and also clowns. They're all over the place, but honestly, they represent quite well and are rather interesting, especially with the whole Slaanesh murdering everyone bit. So, yeah, Eldar. Now, bugs.
Are they all interested in the masochists? Is that just the race?
The Tyranids. Now, you want to talk something a lot more fun, a little more simple than all this crazy Eldar shenanigans? Let's talk the Tyranids. They're bugs. Do they look like Zerg? Hell yeah, they look like Zerg. You want to know why they look like Zerg? Because they were actually supposed to be what Zerg were. Apparently StarCraft was supposed to be a 40k game in the beginning. Hence why they look so much like Eldar, Zerg, and
but
the
Eldar have sex,
Space Marine-y.
and the Dark Eldar torture.
They look a little bit Space Marine-y to me. Maybe. I don't know. You really fucked up on that one, Games Workshop, didn't ya? Tyranids are a giant infestation of unfathomable proportions. These are giant, extremely bio-advanced hive mind organisms that are basically all about absorbing as much biomass as they possibly can to evolve and mutate to be extremely potent and powerful and kill and eat anything in their path. They are probably the least evil faction in all of 40k because all they want to do is eat shit. They want to nom nom the entire galaxy. They hangry and we food. Also, this Tyranid hive mind has a presence in the warp. In fact, Tyranids in their own right have a massive presence in the warp. They have a thing called the Shadow in the warp specifically, where when they are coming in to invade a planet, they have this weird ability to kind of cut off the warp on all the psychers on that planet. And how do you get help across the stars? Well, you need the warp because you need that for interstellar travel. So with people unable to call for help from the Tyranids, these are just easy pickings. And an entire giant Tyranid hive fleet comes out of orbit and just will massacre, absorbing all that biomass and turning them and all of their other Tyranids into even more advanced monsters. They come in so many varieties too, all based on what is important. Tiny little ripper swarms for scouting and having little dudes eat people up, to the Hormagons, Termagants, and Gene Stealers, all the way to the Hive Guard and the Exocrines and the Swarm Lord, to Hive Tyrants and their giant battle fleets, and even something as crazy as the Hierophant Bio-Titan. The Tyranids come in all forms and sizes depending on what they require. They are extremely good at anti-biological weaponry. There is no way you can plague them or blight them. They have extremely strong armor, carapaces and such. Tyranids are nigh perfect organisms and are pretty spooky when it comes down to how they handle all of their genetic material. Keep feeding them, they'll keep evolving. They keep on creating new horrifying organisms to spread across the galaxy. And you want to know what the most terrifying part of the Tyranids is? We might be surrounded. There have been around 6 or 7 Tyranid hive fleets. Behemoth, Kronos, all these different kinds of hive fleets, and they've all arrived in the galaxy from different points. Different sections of the Milky Way galaxy have had different Tyranids come through. And that is horrifying, because as far as we know, we could just be surrounded on all sides by Tyranids. The only reason you may not hear a whole lot about Tyranids is because it's a little bit hard to have a bunch of story off of one hive mind genocidal monsters. All these giant bugs swarming in, killing and eating everybody and evolving. Oh, I mean, as cool as there are, there's some cool characters, the Swarm Lord, Old One-Eye. You can't really have a whole bunch of major character-based stories around them. As awesome as they are, they're simple. They want to eat you. They want to eat you and absorb your biomass. They are simple bugs. If you want something a little more complex, talk Gene Stealer cults.
I can have all the pot I want, I get around faster than walking, and wherever I need a seat, I can just sit on my balls.
Gene Stealer cults are a special brand of Tyranid that can slowly infect themselves into different kinds of society. And by infecting them, they can rise up to where they all pray and believe in these regular humans, pray and believe into their Tyranid hive mind gods. And these brood lords and I think they're called patriarchs all can turn an entire world all based into gene stealers. And these are called gene stealer cults. An entire hive world of the Imperium can be turned into nothing but servants to the Tyranid masters just by infecting them and screwing with their genetic code a little bit. They also have this cool like Mad Max look, which is really neat. They are definitely one of the bigger threats to the Imperium besides Chaos. I keep saying biggest threat to the Imperium. They're up there though, because you, dingus, stepped on a bug in middle school. Asshole. There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable galactic scale. And all we can do is to try to stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters it unleashes upon us by instinct. We have given the horror a name to salvage our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us, it must know us as nothing but prey. Tyranids, they're cool. But are they as cool as the orcs?
Every screen's gone red! That means I'm super fast!
Orcs, orcs. I fucking love orcs. So, yes, the green monsters, the green tide, the green skins.
Orcs.
These orcs, they are in fact a race in 40K. The orcs are as exactly what you expect them. They have archaic weapons, they're big boys, they have axes, and they have got big old teeth, and they want to kill everything, and there are so many of them. The only reason they haven't taken over the entire galaxy is they can't stop murdering each other. Orcs are so cool. Orcs don't have philosophy. Orcs don't have existential crisis. What matters is who's the biggest orc. You listen to that guy because he the biggest orc. He big orc. Big orc knows best. You win through the power of imagination. Of all the races I have battled throughout the galaxy, the orc is the hardest to comprehend. They wage war with machines that should not work, care little for strategic gains, and are just as likely to slaughter each other as the enemy. How does one battle an enemy that defies all logic? As an orc, you're enjoying life. You're enjoying the life you're given. Your whole life and job and purpose is to get up and beat each other to death because you can. The biggest orc is the man who understands everything. He is the boss. And orcs have this really weird, like, big, dumb, stereotype British accent, which is just hilarious to me. Those are orcs. You fight. You like to fight. Your whole purpose is to fight. You wage war because you want to wage war. You got your boss over there, and you better listen to the boss, because if you don't listen to the boss will squish you and make you an example for the other orcs. And then you can't fight because orc dead. And orc dead can't fight because the orc dead. Orcs, they scrap together machines out of parts that don't make any sense, and because they believe, they have the mental imagination that that machine will run, it'll run. If that machine's out of gas, you're driving that machine with your fellow orcs, and the biggest orc is behind the wheel, and you run out of gas, some orc behind you is like, oh, Zog, we're out of gas. And the big orc is like, no, we're not. I filled the fucking gas tank up earlier. And all the other orcs are like, oh yeah, you did do that. And then you turn the fucking mech back on.
So the main power is gaslighting.
And it works again. Does it have gas? Probably not, but it works. The power of imagination. They paint things red because it makes them think they goes faster. Orc. They paint things purple because it's the sneakiest color. You want to know why? You ever seen a purple orc? Didn't fucking think so. Orcs are also like ancient as hell. They're back in the Eldari time frame. But back then they were called Krorks, and they were much larger and scarier and far more intelligent. Now they're just orcs, and they're big, dumb, and they smack things. But they're pretty spooky. They're not very well armored, but they hit really hard, and it's called the Green Tide because there are so many orcs. There are about as many orcs as there are Tyranids. Maybe more.
I like the orcs.
Who knows? But they keep on, murdering each other, so it's not too bad of an issue. Orcs are entirely comic relief. Their stuff is slapped together that makes no sense. Their vehicles don't work the way they're supposed to, but they work because they think it works, because they imagine that it works. Orcs care only about who is the biggest orc, and they will follow the biggest orc. And then if they want to be the biggest orc, they'll challenge the biggest orc. And then when they go and they issue a wa is just war in orc, they murder everybody and everything in this giant tide of green orcs who are just excited to be hitting something. They don't care that they're hitting Eldar or the Imperium or Tau or anyone in between. They're just so they get to beat shit up. That's orcs. And on the tabletop, they are a total coin flip, and they're really fun. I have never met a salty orc player. I have never met someone who plays orcs and is ever just a bad guy or that guy. Orc players have this kind of fun to them because when you play them, you are completely submitting yourself to RNG. So here's the thing. Guardsmen, Imperial Guardsmen, when they shoot, they roll a dice, and on a 4 up, they'll hit their target. They have a 50% chance. Space Marines, pretty good. They hit on a 3 or higher because they're well trained. Adeptus Custodians, they hit on 2s because they're just super well trained. Orcs, they hit on a 5 or higher. But if they roll a 6, they get to make another shot with anything, from the dinkiest pistol to the biggest rocket launcher. It doesn't matter. Half of their stuff will blow up on a whim. One of their medics, if you roll a 1 to heal someone, you fuck up your surgery and you just kill an orc. They're so wacky and silly. But the thing is if you roll well, you roll high, and you keep rolling high, you are going to crush people. And if you don't, you lose.
Gotcha!
That's what you get when you play orcs. That's what happens when you play orc. It's a coin flip. Which is why you can't be a salty bitch when you play orcs, because things won't go your way. It's just the roll of the dice. You're playing a dice game.
Oh,
but if you're going to have fun
and
you want to be stupid and you want to be silly, you're going to play some
I'll get
orcs.
him next time.
But on the opposite side of the fun part of this,
buddy.
let's talk about the Necrons. The Necrons are spooky, scary skeletons and very grimdark again. They have a much more fleshed out lore than before. Back in the day, they were just undead Egyptian space terminators, and they still look that way, but now they actually have a story. So way back in the day, you had the Necron tier. See a theme here: Eldari, Eldar, Krork, Orc, Necron, Necron tier. So the Necron tier were this race of generally kind of shitty.
You roll a 1. You play orcs and you roll a 1, and you just look at the guy and you just salute.
They were personally shitty because their lives were awful. They were ill-fated to a horrible existence of like radiation and a terrible planet they lived on, and everything just really sucked. Being a Necron tier was just really depressing. They really were looking for immortality. They were extremely reliant on the hope that they would eventually find the key to living forever and just stave off this horrible nature that they were thrust upon them, and therefore they could become the most dominant race in the galaxy. And they found this group. They're called the Old Ones. Imagine them kind of like the Forerunners in Halo or the Xel'Naga in StarCraft, right? These Old Ones were these strong, pretty much omnipotent beings, and they, of course, knew the key to immortality. So the Necrons went to them and said, please, show us your ways. And the Old Ones said, piss off. Not really, they were a lot more humble about it, but they did not want to share their secret of immortality with the Necrons. The Necrons, of course, took this very well and waged war with them, kind of under this united banner. The Necron different dynasties didn't really like each other, but under this one man, the Silent King, he thought the best way to unite his race was to do this giant war with the Old Ones out of spite for them keeping the secret of immortality to them. This was known as the War in Heaven, and this is actually like a multi-stage war. Because during this war in heaven, they discovered the Star Gods, a whole new race of people known as the Catan, or the Catan. These Star Gods were also very much like Old Ones, almost omnipotent beings, and they too had the key to immortality. And so the Necrons went to them and said, hey,
thank you for the 500
can you help us
beans. Thank you for the
fight off the Old Ones? Can you help us kill these Old Ones, you, the Catan? And the Catan said yes, and in fact, we can help provide you with the immortality you so desperately seek. So the Silent King of the Necrons decided to make a pact with the Catan to allow them to accept this generous gift of immortality upon them. But this, of course, had been a horrendous trap, and the Necrons were dragged in chains to this biotransference where their flesh was stripped from them, replaced with nothing but a metal hollow shell, as their souls were ripped from their body and fed to the Catan. And the Catan fattened up. They got chomped on the souls of the Necrons. As this was their plan all along, they consumed the flesh and souls of the Necron tier and turned them all into unwilling robotic slaves
What's the
just
Catan?
to serve their will.
That thing?
And then, with their new-founded Necron army, they pointed their guns at the old ones, and the Catan continued their domination of the stars and their genocide, complete and full genocide of these old ones. The old ones did their best to stave it off. They even created other races, the Eldari and the Orcs, to try to fight off the horrifying Necron army and the Catan above them. But there was absolutely no possible chance for them. And the old ones were absolutely extinguished across the galaxy. Their entire race completely removed. Full on 100%.
So while the humans and the Eldar and the Orcs are all like scrambling around, just dealing with each other and demons and dealing with chaos and the Emperor, the Necrons are dealing with their own little thing on the side.
Genocide. However, during all this, the Catan, so just infatuated with their victory, started fighting each other for fun, for sport, and for small differences. Doesn't matter. The Catan, with these overpowered people, they're going to eventually hit each other at some point. And as they began just menially fighting each other, the Eldari and the Orcs actually started pushing.
This is before humans, before chaos.
On the Catan's borders a little bit, giving them a little bit of a run for their money. And as this continued, this is when the Silent King, who retained his consciousness, decided to leap into action.
So they were the OGs.
And start a full-scale revolt against their Catan masters. And this revolt was bloody, as the entire Necron army was surged off.
Is it the old ones that they take the soul from and turn them into this? Is that what they were before?
Destroy these star gods. They were able to, just after suffering horrendous losses, were able to turn the tide of the war. And they took these Catan and they blasted them.
The old ones created the Orcs. Oh, then what were the Necrons before they became the robots? Just Necrons but flesh? A race of aliens who were turned into metal husks. So the entire race was turned into metal. Necron tier. They're all just dudes? So there's no Necron alive that is before the metal. They're all just this now. So the Catan stole a race and turned them into metal? Not a single one. And all of them.
Because as these star gods are unkillable, they were able to break them into thousands of shards and entrap them in giant stasis vaults to now actually be slaves to the Necrons. And with the Necrons having the entirety of their old gods enslaved to them, they realized that soon their race was about to be attacked by the overcoming new races, the Eldari and the Krorks. And so what they did is they retreated into giant stasis tombs in order to preserve their energy and their strength for when one day they would be reawakened and they would be able to rule the
old ones said no,
that was
so they went to
rightfully
Catan.
theirs. And then some dingus Adeptus Mechanicus guy diddled with a green console, and now the Necrons are back, and they see all these primitive races on their lawns, and they think, get the fuck off of it. The Necrons are back, super advanced, and they are here to reclaim the galaxy that they so rightfully believe is theirs. Now, on a tabletop,
I mean, it is. They were
like
that fast.
Tons of undead Egyptian skeleton robots that when they die, they just get right back up because they keep on reanimating. Hard to kill. Tons of crazy stuff. You can use the Catan themselves as units to fight with. Pretty cool. The Necrons are one of the three major events in 40k. The Horus Heresy, the Fall of the Eldar, and the Awakening of the Necrons are all pretty substantial events. And the Necrons themselves are pretty dang cool as well. Here's a good quote from a wonderful Dawn of War game. Lucky creatures, as long last you have found the tranquility of death. I was like you once, clinging to life and blind to the truth. When I uncovered the truth, I too shuddered and paled with fear. Deep in these catacombs, I was remade. Here, my brethren slumbered for eons.
Do we know what the
Necrons
looked like before they became Necrons?
My Lord knew this day would come. He had plans for us all. We would purge this world once more. So come, poor victims of life. We will grant you tranquility in these crypts. Kronos will be a tomb world once more. Necrons are also pretty smug. Trace and the Infinite especially.
We don't know what they look like before this?
But speaking of dickheads.
Will we ever?
Last race. Let's talk the Tau. The exact formation of the Tau Empire is not entirely understood. However, a long time ago, many thousands of years ago, in the 40k world that is, some Imperial navigation vessels were going around through different areas, and they saw a primitive race, blue people, smacking each other with sticks and stones. They thought, dumb Xenos race, who gives a shit, and they bailed. Then this giant warp storm occurred right in that major area, unable to be breached. Then, once that warp storm 6,000 years later subsided, hello, those little sticks. Well, they decided to actually have no war of any kind and all just unite together under one flag of the Tau Empire. And now they have gigantic starships and Gundam robots and lasers and railguns and mechs, and they are here to ruin your day for the greater good. That is generally the Tau Empire. They have this kind of feeling of this homogenous group. All species can go underneath the banner of the greater good.
He didn't explain how people use the Necrons in the tabletop.
Is their idea of the fundamental increase
and
help of all. In fact, they are most likely the most like the Covenant in Halo, where they have the overarching prophets, being the Ethereals, who are actually kind of dicks and like to pull at strings a little bit, but then you have all these different races directly underneath them, and they all work together in this big group as this large, foreboding race that tries to spread their weirdly pseudo-religious influence across the galaxy. The alien is not intrinsically evil. Do not hate him. Pity him, his ignorance. Seek to understand his differences and equate him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. That is generally the Tau. And if you're kind of wondering like what their mainly big shtick is, well, they're all about big robots and mechs. They have laser rifles and rail guns. And they got giant mechs with tons of missile pods and heavy rail rifles and rail guns and burst cannons and ion accelerators and void shields and all this stuff. And that is generally what the Tau's all about. But you're probably thinking, Bricky, this doesn't sound that evil. This doesn't sound very grim, dark Warhammer. And you'd be right. The Tau Empire really don't have that much of a horrifying, grim, dark style like everybody else. They're much more younger, new age thing. In fact, they're probably a lot less evil and a lot even better than they are now back in the day, because they liked having like that good guy faction. But a lot of us who really like the dark, depressing style of Warhammer didn't really like it that much. So, see, the Tau get a lot of hate, and a lot of that hate isn't necessarily unjustified. It's mainly from a tabletop perspective, but as you can see from all the visuals I've shown you recently, they don't really fit in the 40k universe very well. They lack that super dark, dramatic, kind of high gothic level the Imperium has.
We're learning about Warhammer 40k.
Kind of like grungy stuff that Chaos, or say the Orcs, do. And the Necrons and the Eldar have their own specific style as well. The Tau really do look like something out of Gundam. And while it isn't necessarily a bad thing, it does definitely not fit too well. There's that. There's also the tabletop problem. In tabletop, Tau are horrible at melee combat, but exceptionally good at ranged combat. So they blast everyone from really, really far away, and they have a million rules to make it so that it's nearly impossible for you to get into melee combat. So it basically just forces you to bottleneck the game into one specific gameplay style, which is gun to gun. And if you're doing gun to gun, they're going to win every time. because they're the Tau, and the Tau are really damn good at shooting. So it's one of those things that make the Tau generally rather hated, and a lot of different reasons for that, both from style and such. But this is actually one of the things I wanted to end this video with, is that the Tau, while they have their issues, you should not be discouraged from playing them. I'll make plenty of Tau weeaboo jokes, of course I will, but it's all generally in good fun. Anyone who legitimately doesn't want you to play a faction is an idiot, and you shouldn't be giving them the time of day. You pick what you think is cool and what you like. In Warhammer, especially now, factions get better and they get worse. They grow and then they fall. You should only be playing what you think is cool. You like the look, you like the models.
I know,
if you're
thank you for
talking
tier
tabletop,
1.
that is what you should be going for every time, is what you think is badass, because things change all the time. But the universe of Warhammer has so much going for it. Every faction has something interesting, every character has a story, and there's a million stories to be told. The universe is vast and exciting, and while it is dark, depressing, and horrible, that is the damn charm. And out of everything I've told you in these two videos, is anything you can take away is the reason why so many of us are so into this series and why we like it so much. Because with so much variety,
here's a more joking video that's just more filled with humor, and it's your classic British deadpan.
You can find yourself having a pretty great time. Thank you so much for watching this video. I hope it has been informative to you. If you'd like to see more of me, Bricky, you have twitch.tv/Bricky for my streams. You have my merchandise site, in which I was wearing all of my merch, but underneath this, because I had to wear this so it wasn't black or white for the green screen, which is a little unfortunate, but it's fine. If you'd like to see merch, it is in the description. Also, if you'd like to support me on my Patreon page at patreon.com.
This was
To the
2 months
people
old.
on the internet, the time has come. The reckoning begins. Your boy got himself a shaker cup. After many
Sponsored.
Hello everybody, my name is Bricky, currently stuck in the walls of the most
I would watch it, but I'm not
prestigious
sponsored
school
on
in the
stream.
Imperium
I'd watch
by
it off
punishment
stream.
for falling asleep during class.
I'm not
God bless the
sponsored.
Skull of Progenium. Many of you have come across my Every Faction Explained video. Firstly, thank you. Secondly, we are here to dig a little deeper. Space Marines are the quintessential poster boys of Warhammer 40,000. When people think 40K, they think Space Marines. But
This one's
there
only
are many
2 months
types
old.
of Space Marines, formed from 20 separate legions. We are going to rattle them off in order and give you a quick rundown of each one. A disclaimer, like in my Every Faction Explained video, this is a mix of accuracy and memes. If I say the Salamander's Legion specializes in hugging children and petting puppies, they aren't exactly doing that, mostly.
I would like to pet this creature.
But you can infer that they care about civilians and are a bit kinder than the average Space Marine. A Space Marine being a genetically modified super soldier that's had 1 million new and terrifying organs shoved into them, refrigerators strapped to their bodies, and are so far above the average human that they are referred to as demigods instead. Each Space Marine has a father, unlike
Space
you,
Wolves.
a Primarch, which is basically an even bigger Space Marine that was forged in a lab by the God Emperor of mankind, that gigantic golden dude you see everywhere, who is both the leader and now the martyr of humanity. The Primarchs are his 20 sons, built in a lab, who lead 20 legions of Space Marines, who are their sons, not from a lab, but rather a dissection table, giving them the powers and skills of their associated Primarch via a gene seed, a special organ carrying the genetic makeup of their Primarch,
Gene seed.
and, you know, their seed. So if Jagatai Khan of the White Scars has the genetic makeup that wants him to go really, really fast, then his sons, the Space Marines, also want to go really, really fast. I should note that I am only referring to the legions this time around. If you're interested in sub-factions like, let's say, the Black Templars, then it's not going to be here. However, I do have a excellent Black Templar video. I'd argue it's probably the most accurate one I can think of.
Cool.
It goes through the whole lore, everything about them. It's a very long video, and I'll put it in the description. Just look up Black Templar video in the description.
The masks are cool.
You'll get what you need. And now, with the easy explanation out of the way, let us begin with our first Legion. Dark Angels. Allegiance, loyal. Primarch
What? I
Lion
don't
L.
get it.
Johnson, a duelist, a knight, a real asshole, I'm not gonna lie. The single word descriptor,
I'm not a Noah.
paranoid. The Dark Angels are our first legion, hailing from the death world known as Caliban. Their Primarch, Lion L. Johnson, is what happens when you try to make the side profile Chad meme into a genuine character. He is a master tier duelist, a brilliant strategist, and an overall dick. There are few situations he isn't prepared for, and few fights he isn't ready to lead head on. This makes the Dark Angels have a very Knights of the Round Table vibe. They look like the knights of old with these large suits of power armor, often donning robes and hoods. Their names also follow this. They have like Ezekiel, Azrael, Belial, Samuel, and so on. However, the common thing associated with Dark Angels are the Fallen, a part of their faction that turned traitor against the Imperium, and they are very heavily trying to expunge all knowledge of them from existence. Fallen? What Fallen? Never heard of any Fallen. Do you know about the Fallen? We're gonna take you away and mind probe you to make sure you have never heard of the Fallen. They definitely don't exist, and if they do exist, which they don't, we will find them even though they don't exist. They love their interrogations. They thrive in it. Lionel Johnson is a scorched earth policy sometimes, and it's given to his sons in force, which makes sense considering that when the Lion heard of a Chaos Primarch on a homeworld different Primarch, whose mom was there, he was like, let's nuke it. The Dark Angels are a special group where they formulate themselves into 3 different factions. The Deathwing Terminators, slow-moving, tough phalanx. The Raven Wing, fast jet bikes and flyers. And the Green Wing, which is your standard Marines. They are a jack of all trades, but not in the sense where they're good at everything, but rather they have a lot of things that are good at specific things. Like instead of 20 people that have a multi-tool, they instead have 20 people with gigantic power tools for every job imaginable. If you like being suspicious about everyone and everything in your surroundings, but you also like to have a whole lot of deep knight type lore, run the Dark Angels.
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
Our second legion is a special one.
If you can see, the numbers all go to 11.
The Emperor's Children. Allegiance, traitor. Primarch, Fulgrim. A
what's the second
perfectionist,
legion?
an artist, a sneaky snaky snake. And the single word descriptor, perfection. The Emperor's Children are all about the pursuit of perfection. Perfection in all they do. Perfection in war, in artistry, and perfection in every other aspect of life. Their armor is a gleaming pink, purple, and gold. Their ships have spires of gorgeous marble and gold statues in their honor. Fulgrim is a man who believes the pursuit of perfection is the goal of all things. And I mean, look at him. Can you truly tell me that he is not perfect? The hair, the features. As Primarchs go, he is the one you look at, and if 40K had a guy that would give you the best sex you've ever had and never call you back, this is the fucking guy. Which is why this pursuit of decadence led them to the evils of chaos. Yes, Emperor's Children are our first Chaos Legion, and not just a normal one. One devoted to, you guessed it, Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure, God of unspeakable excess. The Emperor's Children in their pursuit are now horrifyingly mutated beings through Slaanesh's great will. They torture and maim to feel perfection through pain. They screech and attack with sonic weaponry for perfection through sound, and they slaughter, aiming for perfection in war. Fulgrim himself lost the battle against Slaanesh as a demon sword corrupted his mind and transformed him into the sexy man he was, into the sexy snake he is now. A demon Primarch, corrupted and bringing his legion's will by himself. As far as Emperor's Children go, they are some bad people. They do horrible things to anyone and everything. In fact, they're such trolls that their battle cry is for the Emperor, despite being horribly mutated and corrupted. If you've ever taken a little too much of a drug, or maybe the music at a concert was too loud and you didn't bring any earplugs, or whatever the reason, you just take all those things and you dial it, and you dial it, and you twist it, and the knob breaks. And that is the Emperor's Children.
God is dead. God remains dead. And we have killed him.
The Iron Warriors. Allegiance, traitor. Primarch, Perturabo, a warlord, a siege smith, an incel. Single word descriptor, Siege. Continuing the trend of our Chaos Legions, we have the Iron Warriors led by Primarch Perturabo of Olympia. To understand the Iron Warriors though, one must first understand Perturabo. A man so bitter coffee beans run for light. A man who hates the world and everyone in it, who never got recognition for his deeds, who hates his brothers and hates their accomplishments even more. Someone so laughably petty, so incredibly bitter that he goes full circle to becoming likable. Why? Because he's competent. The Horus Heresy. We didn't talk about the Horus Heresy. Intermission. So Horus was the Emperor's favorite son, right? You know, so the Emperor walked into his room. Horus said, Dad, I just gifted 150 subs to Amaranth, and she said my name a ton, and she loved me for it. I really think that I might get to meet her one day. And it kind of played out something like this.
Your feelings for her are not real. They are real to me!
And then it started playing out a little bit more like this.
Let the seas boil. Let the stars fall. So it takes the last drop of my blood.
Yeah. So Iron Warriors, the Horus Heresy wouldn't have gotten shit done without Peter Turbo. Imagine an entire faction that is the personification of brutal industrialism, where you serve the Legion until your dying breath. You build and you kill and you siege and you kill and you literally summon demons just to take them and trap them in machines and use them as cannon fodder. This is a thing they do. They summon demons to trap and use as shock troops. The Iron Warriors are siege warfare incarnate. They are heavy weapons, they are tanks, they are turrets, and they don't die.
Yoink.
They hate Imperials, they hate Imperial fists.
Do you need a pacifier, Iron Baby? No! No, I don't!
They are bitter incarnate. Perturabo and the Iron Warriors don't serve the Chaos Gods because they like them. They serve them because fuck you.
Come on, guys. Let's go.
Not another speeding ticket. I'll fight it in court, but I don't think they're gonna accept gotta go fast as a medical condition.
The White Scars. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Jagatai Khan. A speed demon, a plane strider, a roast god. Single word descriptor, speed. Hailing from Chagoris. The White Scars are all about speed. They love melee, but they love it even more when they are doing it from a motorcycle or land speeder. Or honestly, just running really damn fast. The White Scars are honestly forgotten about a lot, and that's lore accurate. They are a legion that doesn't seek the recognition or glory from the combat they engage in. They engage in it because it is their duty and because they love it. Not in the insane slaughter enjoyment of loving it, but in the thrill of the fight. They are known as the Laughing Killers because they ride into battle with a smile on their face and a chuckle in their throat. And as you can tell by their Primarch's name, they are Mongolian based. Remove horses and replace them with motorcycles and land spears, and that's your style. They are heavily based on the old times of Genghis Khan, and consider this is 40k and everybody's evil. You know, that fits. The White Scars are actually physical scars on their body, going back to their heritage on Chagoris. The Khan himself is kind of a dickhead, but a reasonable one. He thinks ahead, he's intelligent, he's patient. He is often underestimated because he doesn't scream his accomplishments from the rooftops, which is what makes him and the White Scars dangerous. His skills are kept at bay, only to be truly shown when the time is needed. The White Scars are a forgotten legion often, but that doesn't diminish their accomplishments. All it does is surprise those who underestimate them. Speed, awesome Mongolian vibe they got going on, and if you really like to stab people, that's the White Scars for you. Shameless thirst break.
This is dog.
Woof, 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 woof.
Woof, bitch.
The Space Wolves. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Leman Russ. A Viking, a Savage, the Undertaker. Single word descriptor, wolf, 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 wolf. There's so many goddamn wolf units.
Wolf.
Skater, how many units in the Space Wolf Codex have the word wolf in their name? The Space Wolves are the 6th Legion and hail from Fenris, a frozen wasteland of a world with their Primarch, Leman Russ. I don't really need to spend a whole lot of time talking about the Space Wolves because it's very obvious who they are. They are the second most obvious what their shtick is legion in the 20 legions besides the World Eaters. When you look at the Space Wolves behind, what do you see? Do you see Vikings in space? You've done it. Congratulations, you have found Vikings in space. But they have as much in common with a regular Marine as an old-day Viking with like a Roman soldier. You see, as a Space Marine, your body is so enhanced that you filter out poison, and so you can't get drunk. The Space Wolves distill a special mead out of a horrible poisonous plant that would kill a normal human so they could get drunk. They have fangs in their mouths. They sometimes cannibalize their enemies. Sometimes they eat people because they gain knowledge about them from there and about battle plans. The Space Wolves are savages. They're raiders. They're Vikings. But despite all of this, they are loyal to their core. Leman Russ is an egotistical guy who just shouts stories and tales of his accomplishments everywhere they can. But at the same time, he was so damn loyal that instead of gunning down his foes, he hit him with a fucking backbreaker to show his devotion to wrestling. If you want Vikings in space, you found it. Play the Vikings in space.
We're gonna build the wall. We have no choice. We have no choice. Build that wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
The Imperial Fists. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Rogel Dorn. A builder, a phalanx, and he needs a hand. Single word descriptor, fortify. The Imperial Fists are led by Primarch Rogel Dorn on their homeworld of Inuit. However, they themselves are actually a fleet-based chapter, with their main source of recruitment coming from an enormous moon-sized ship called the Phalanx. The Fists are a chapter you think of when you think of duty. They love to serve. The love to serve and the inability to be moved. Rogel Dorn is an architect, a master builder, and basically a rock in brain and body. A lack of humor or ability to lie shows that he is as blunt as the weapons of war he creates. Not the swords he makes, but like blunt, strong weapons. The Fists are the same. Take your archetypical American Marine style look, a buzz cut, a hard sense of duty, and then throw in some power armor and a love for building defenses, and you have the Imperial Fists. They are immovable. When you find a spot, they're ready to defend. You can't breach them. Their knowledge of defensive warfare is paramount. Without them, the Horus Heresy would have been so much more effective, but thanks to their insane and immovable tenacity, the Imperium lives today. And let's not forget that Iron Warrior and Imperial Fist rivalry. Want to know why the Iron Warriors are so bitter? These guys are the reason why.
Hey guys, bring the thing! Where is he going?
Where is he going? That's a cannon. Oh.
Hey! Hey, that could have killed me! Hey guys! We missed! Get another!
Dorn and Perturabo are basically two sides of the same coin. One is just a bit more level-headed and got better jobs. If you want to be defensive, to be good at everything Space Marines are good at, bolters, heavy weapons, vehicles, you want a classic military fighting force, start fisting.
I am having a very bad day. Today is one of the worst days.
Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. The Night Lords. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Conrad Kurz. A sadist, a vigilante, depresso espresso. Single word, fear. The Night Lords are my favorite legion, hailing from Nostromo, and their Primarch, Conrad Kurz. They are a traitor legion from a planet known as the Sunless World, or the World of Endless Night. Nostromo is a horrible hive city that is known for being host to some of the worst gang violence, murder, and working conditions around. The only thing keeping the population in check is the suicide rate. The Night Lords followed in the footsteps of their Primarch, a man who believed in a twisted sense of justice and that the only way to make humans compliant is through fear. The Legion's lesson has been lost on them, as their ranks were repopulated by gang members, murderers, arsonists, torturers, and other words I can't say on YouTube, as young as 12 years old. Murderers before they were even teenagers, raised to become demigods. Now, fear is what they sow and flesh is what they reap. The Night Lords are scum. They are the exact opposite of all other legions. They torture and they maim and they flay because they think it's fun. They run away often so they can come back and kill you with more numbers. They prey on the innocent and the weak. They kill normal civilians because it's easy and flee any battle where they don't possess overwhelming odds. They are the antithesis of normal space marines. They are scum. One time, a world did not comply to their demands, so they raided one of their ships and brought it into atmosphere. The crowds cheered and clapped as it appears that they had won the battle, and the airlocks opened and the skinned and flayed bodies of the crew were thrown down in the populace. In other words, a legion of gangers and criminals. Add together a heavy Slavic influence to them, and you've got my favorite faction.
You have not done the dishes for 5 years. So embarrassed when people come over here.
What does it matter? You bring them over, you kill them. Vampires don't do dishes.
The Blood Angels. Allegiance, loyal. Primarch,
Vampires don't do
sanguineous.
dishes. I
An
watched that
angel, a
recently.
vampire, a dead-ass motherfucker. Single word descriptor,
Blood.
blood. The Blood Angels are 9th Legion, hailing from the homeworld of Baal, with their Primarch, Sanguinius. The Blood Angels are a tragic tale with one of the best Primarchs, one beloved by almost everybody, a genuine angelic figure who led his people to glory, killed by the hands of the traitor Horus before the Emperor's eyes. The death of their Primarch led the entire Legion to madness as their gene seed malfunctioned and created something known as the Black Rage. The Blood Angels degrade over time, experiencing something called the Red Thirst, which gives them a genuine vampiric thirst for blood. As their minds degrade and break down, they get angrier and angrier, becoming berserk killing machines with no other goal than to tear everything in sight apart. But they don't see it as that. They see themselves there, at their Primarch's demise, with Horus in sight. And to them, it's time for vengeance. That Space Marine over there, that Chaos Space Marine, that's Horus. Kill him. That Orc War Boss over there, Horus. Kill him. That Tyranid Swarm, 1,000 Horuses. Horai. Kill them all. Did your toast come out a little bit burnt? Horus sabotaged your toaster. Destroy the
Everything is his
Destroy
fault.
it. Do it. Do it. Kill your toaster. Do it. This slow, debilitating disease takes over the Blood Angels, and it gives them this angelic, vampire, and Catholic-inspired imagery. They have chalices of blood. They rest in coffins
Next
and can
time I
even
lose
use
in
psychic
Overwatch,
powers
it's
to
Horus's
sprout
fault.
angel wings from their bodies. They are a tragedy through and through, and the only thing that will look more tragic are the mangled bodies of those they come in contact with.
I got a diesel engine, and honey, we forgot to mention, we're gonna take your job away.
The Iron Hands. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Ferrus Manus, a machinist, an inventor, and not a great head on his shoulders.
Steal a shoot? No, it's
Single word,
Horus's fault.
Bionics.
He has to die.
The Iron Hands are from the home planet of Medusa and their Primarch, Ferrus Manus. Does Ferrus Manus have an iron hand? You fucking know he's got an iron hand. The Iron Hands believe that the flesh is weakness. But despite all of their enhancements, despite all the things that made them demigods, replacing some of the flesh with bionics will allow them to serve the Emperor more. They go hard into vehicles and dreadnoughts. Dreadnoughts being giant walking sarcophagi that have wounded space marines piloting them from the inside. Vehicles, metal, upgrades. These are the things that make up this legion. Their tech marines have servo arms sticking out from all directions. They have a wide array of mechanics and extremely often replace limbs with metal ones, serving all kinds of different functions to deal with their enemies. The Iron Hands are also not particularly nice. They're kind of assholes. I mean, Marines are already normally pretty big assholes, but they're a little bit up there because of their flesh, civilians made of flesh, because you see, the flesh is weak. Flesh is corruptible. Bionics, the strength of the machine is pure and cannot so easily be corrupted. So if you want people who have this little techno fetishistic vibe to them, that love their vehicles and their walking coffins, hit up the Iron Hands.
Understand, Commander? I was never here.
Legion 11.
Oh, another one.
Why, hello there. I have returned from touching grass. I know.
Whoa,
I'm pretty cool with the grass touching. And now let's continue our Warhammer lecture.
This ruffles my jammies. Okay, so what's going on here? I am a super sandwich!
The World Eaters.
The second
Allegiance,
and 11th are lost.
Heretic. Primarch, Angron. A butcher, a slaughterer.
Like extremely, earth-shatteringly, unreasonably fuck-ass mad.
Single word descriptor, anger. Hey, you. Yeah, you. Are you mad? Do you just fucking hate everything? Do you want to murder everything in sight and get rewarded for doing so? Then you should join the World Eaters. Home planet of Nuceria and Primarch Angron, who, if the name didn't suggest, is real fucking angry. Angron was raised a slave, forced to fight in gladiator pits. When he refused, they shoved old world tech into his brain so that if he ever felt any emotion other than anger, it caused him extreme pain. All his sons, wanting to be like their dad, also put a version of these nails in their brain. So now you have an entire legion who literally feel unimaginable pain if they are feeling any emotion other than anger. Slap them with a freight train of armor, 2 goddamn chainsaw axes, and you can see what's gonna happen. It's no wonder they're corrupted by corn. They're honestly a surprisingly sad legion that I actually screwed up in assuming that they were all just angry murderers. I mean, they are, but they didn't start out that way. Their corn corruption degraded their intelligence, their free will, and made powerful warriors into arguably even more powerful warriors, but blunt, like frothing at the mouth psycho warriors. The World Eaters, like I mentioned in the Space Wolves, they wear their concept on their sleeve. They are angry, they want to kill things, they want to kill you, and maybe some of their friends, and that's the faction. They're red, they're mad, they're gonna run at you and cause death. If you like that, you play the World Eaters. Or you like it because they were, you know, at one point a lot better than that. Most of Warhammer was a lot better than that. I was once a lot better than that. That was when I was in college.
There's 2 red legions?
I didn't finish college, and neither did Angron.
It is Aeon. Hail Caesar. It's not done by sunrise. I'll cut your balls off.
The Ultramarines. Allegiance, Loyalist. Primarch, Rabute Gilliman. That's how it's said. An Analyst, a Diplomat, a Blueberry Boy Scout. Single word descriptor, duty. When you see Space Marines on a box or just Space Marines in promotional material, notice how they are always colored blue. These are the blue Space Marines. These ones here, the Ultramarines, who hail from the world of Macrog with their Primarch, Rabute Gorilla Man. Ultramarines are the white bread of Space Marines, the grilled chicken with salt and pepper. This is by no means an insult. They are plain Jane, but that's also because they are so goddamn good at their job. Their skill for warfare is paramount, but so is their ability for leadership. Gilliman for a while was a damn boring Primarch for all the reasons he was great, because no matter how hard you try, you don't win a war without logistics, without supply lines, without trade routes, without infrastructure and economy. You don't win anything without all that stuff, and Gilliman knows it, which is why he has one of the largest standing empires in the Imperium, named Ultramar, which is why his sons are the most recognizable of all the Space Marines, which is why the only thing that rivals the weight of their victories is the weight of their egos. They are good at everything and bad at nothing. They are great at everything. Other legions can do other things better than them, but they are good at everything. The most interesting thing about the Ultramarines is their characters, as they are all now inflicted with various amounts of ultra depression for many reasons. Gilliman is, at the time of recording, the only playable Primarch currently on the tabletop, and the only one that has returned to the 41st millennium for the Loyalist side. He took one look at what his empire has become and immediately wanted to fucking die. Being forced to lead everything he once hated, an Imperium rotten to its core with his sole responsibility to save it, is kind of what makes him interesting. They are a perfectly standard legion with perfectly standard ideals, and great if you want a simple, clean slate.
Uh-oh, stinky, funny poop, poop funny, woo!
The Death Guard. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Mortarion, a reaper, a poison, an ungodly stench. Single word descriptor,
Stinky.
rot. The Death Guard hail from Barbaros, with the Primarch Mortarion. The 14th Legion were known for their incredible resilience to damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Where the Imperial Fists were defensive thanks to tactics and posturing, the Death Guard were resilient because they could take a punch or a gut shot or a cannon to the chest and just keep on moving. They are slow, yet they are resistant, which was only confounded as a Death Guard captain, Typhus, codename Dickhead, sold them out to Nurgle, god of rot and decay. Now, the Death Guard are a Nurgle-worshipping infected legion whose ability to feel pain and take damage has all but just gone away. They wade through gunfire, able to kill normal Marines 10 times over and continue unharmed, all while spreading rot and disease in the name of their dark, very stinky master. Where the Death Guard enter, plague spreads. People get sick and they die. They spread debilitating disease to all around them. Why would a legion need to be anything more than very tanky when their enemies are falling over, puking, firing out of both ends, and having their skin peel off just by their presence? Entire worlds infested with a zombie rot, swarms of insects that eat flesh and metal alike, all while the legion advances slowly, painfully, allowing the disease they spread to take its toll before they reap the lives they believe belong to them. And look at Mortarion's model, dude. The man is baller as fuck. A gigantic moth with a gigantic scythe. Come on now. The Death Guard.
For my next trick! I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
The Thousand Sons. Allegiance,
Another red one.
Heretic. Primarch, Magnus the Red. A scholar, a sorcerer, a fucking nerd. Single word descriptor, magic. The Thousand Sons hail from their homeworld of Prospero, with their Primarch Magnus the Red. The final of our 4 major Chaos God factions, the Thousand Sons are disciples of Zeech, the Changer of Ways. Heavily inspired by their Egyptian theming, the Legion themselves are slaves to the god of trickery and change. Most of them no longer even having a physical form, reduced to just dust, piloting suits of armor at the whim of a sorcerer leader. The Thousand Sons do not deserve their fate. There's a common joke that Magnus did nothing wrong. This is untrue. He has done much wrong. However, he is very sympathetic, mainly because the Space Wolves and Leman Russ sought to end their rivalry through the annihilation of their legion, escaping only through the assistance of the Changer of Ways, and forever changed because of it. Meanwhile, magic is their main tool. Take some Lovecraftian style abilities, the eyes everywhere, and potent spells to be cast at their foes, whether these are bolts of psychic lightning, reversing time itself, opening up portals to unreality, or changing the very fabric of the universe. The Thousand Sons sorcery knows no bounds, and they are very good at it. If you're a fan of like wizards, your classic style of spellcaster, and you want a ton of them, combined with a tragic backstory and a Primarch who, like Mortarion, looks fucking baller, the Thousand Sons are for you.
You fucking asshole! There's no way. You're a fucking cheater.
Sore
loser. You're a cheater. My dad works at Nintendo!
The Sons of Horus, or the Luna Wolves, or the Black Legion. Allegiance, Heretic. Primarch, Horus, a warlord, a treasured friend, or the traitor himself. Single word descriptor, assault. The Sons of Horus are the formal name of Horus's legion, hailing from the world of Chthoniya. The Sons of Horus themselves were assault troops. The strength of their attack was some of the most powerful in the legions. While the White Scars may favor speed for their strikes, the Sons of Horus were known for their overall offensive power. It was even said that if the Sons of Horus met the Imperial Fists, they would be at a stalemate for eternity. However, the Sons of Horus are no longer, because, well, they are now instead the Black Legion, led by Abaddon the Despoiler, who claims to succeed where his father failed. The Black Legion are still an offensive and assault-based force, but they act much like the Ultramarines, but for chaos. Your standard black and brass Space Marine, who are known for recruiting in all different kinds of avenues. Anyone can become a member of the Black Legion. Anyone can can swear allegiance to the War Master. You gain favor by not just one, but all 4 gods equally. Their famous line, "Let the galaxy burn," is the best way to describe them. It doesn't matter what the outcome is. So long as the Imperium dies, the Black Legion has done its job. They are a legion formed from hatred and spite, with a clear goal in mind, as the Dark Gods are calling and the Black Legion are sure to answer.
Hello.
Do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ?
No.
It wasn't fucking optional!
The Word Bearers. Allegiance, heretic. Primarch, Lorgar Aurelian, a preacher, a fanatic, a choir boy. Single word descriptor, zeal. If the Black Legion answer the call of the Dark Gods, what if instead you decide to call the gods first? Well, then the Word Bearers are for you. The 17th Legion, led by Primarch Lorgar on the planet of Colchis. Originally obsessed with worshiping the Emperor of Mankind as a god, they found that despite his divinity, he was not worthy of worship because, you know, he raised their equivalent of Jerusalem to the ground for daring to worship him. Like, could you imagine if God actually showed up and was just like, Jerusalem is stupid, it just destroyed the whole thing? Like, what would that do to your head? But there are gods that want worship and will reward those who do. The Word Bearers are chaos worshippers to a T. All chaos gods. They specialize in demonic rituals, the summoning of demons, and the mutual possession of their own troops. They welcome demons to their bodies to fight as one. They exalt the dark gods themselves for aid, and guess what?
Cultists.
They answer. In the world of 40K, Satan doesn't just call you back. He hops in his GT Mustang and he crashes on your couch. In the world of 40K, your rituals will end with genuine results. The Word Bearers know this. They know through sacrifices, through devotion, through dark baptism, the gods will answer and they will be rewarded. So they use it. They bring forth demons. They bring forth possessions. They bring forth the power of the Neverborn, the damned, and those that hide in the dark to bear against the Imperium. Lorgar sits there, smiling, as the truth he always knew, the existence of gods and the importance of faith, is a reality. And it is a tool he is using to rend the galaxy.
Dear Sir Stroke Madam, fire! Exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark.
Exclamation mark. Help me!
The Salamanders. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Vulcan, a forge master, a behemoth, a very huggy boy. Single word descriptor, fire. The Salamanders hail from Nocturne, a volcanic planet home to their Primarch Vulcan. They are the largest of the Space Marines, not due to numbers, but rather size. Vulcan, he is an enormous slab of beef, by far the largest of all the Primarchs. However, don't let his size fool you, as he is also the kindest. Salamanders have the juxtaposition of looking frightening, being larger than other Marines, while also boasting an ashy, like coal color skin and blazing red eyes, while simultaneously carrying around all manner of flame weaponry. So your average civilian might be spooked, but in reality, they are by far the kindest of all the legions to those civilians. Vulcan believes that to safeguard the Imperium is to, at the end of the day, safeguard its people. So unlike other legions who put their lives far and above the average human, the Salamanders spend significantly more time trying to save them, often taking numerous losses by doing so. They are very independent as well. They're forgers and blacksmiths, maintaining their own weapons and crafting versions of it. They also have the very rare privilege of being able to see their families even after becoming a Space Marine. They care, which is the funny part, because the 7.5 foot tall giant with flaming red eyes who just reduced a traitor to bubbling metal says, "You have nothing to fear, young citizen. Take my hand." If you enjoy fire, melting things, and being the nicer of the Marines, Salamanders are for you.
That's pretty cool. And the green! Green!
Saga, sneak attacks don't work if you yell it out loud.
The Raven Guard. Allegiance, loyalist. Primarch, Corvus Corax, a raven, a shadow, an industrial dance DJ. Single word descriptor, stealth. The Raven Guard are the final loyalist legion at 19 and hail from the planet Deliverance, with Primarch Corvus Corax. If it hasn't been made clear enough already, the Raven Guard are stealth specialists and proficient in all manners of assassination. Despite this, their signature winged jump pack and double lightning claw look is, well, not very stealthy. They are named after, of course, the Raven and embody the entire concept of it as a herald of death. They are stealthy, patient hunters that have no problem with waiting and waiting and waiting until the moment to strike is at hand. It's not easy being a stealth faction when your stealth involves people in 1 ton of power armor, but they find a way. That, more than anything, should not be used to show how ridiculous 40K is, even though it is, but rather to show how good the Raven Guard are at their jobs. It's not about them sneaking around you without being seen, but it's also about them having lied in wait for so long that it wasn't until they were in striking distance that you even realized they had been there. And also, if you want, you know, edgelord Marines with a long black haircut, pale skin, ravens everywhere, if you want to field assassins and snipers abound, then the Raven Guard are for you.
It could be in this very room. It could be you. It could be me. It could even be... Whoa, whoa, whoa! What?
Good
It was
boys.
obvious.
The Alpha Legion. Allegiance? Heretic. Primarch? Alfarius and Omegon. Saboteurs, destabilizers, they're in your walls. Single word descriptor, espionage. Finally, the 20th Legion, the Alpha Legion, led by Alfarius and Omegon, the only Legion to have 2 Primarchs who were split as twins. The Alpha Legion are heretical, we think, and specialize in destabilization of society and armies. Their entire shtick is the Hydra, because when you cut off one head, 2 more take its place. All of the Alpha Legion look exactly like their Primarch. Olive skin, shaved head. All claim to be Alfarius. All are liars. They make the largest use of sleeper cells and cultists in the Chaos Space Marine factions because it's extremely easy to take over a planet when you've
Poisoned our water supply, burned our crops, and delivered a plague unto our houses!
Where the Raven Guard use stealth and sabotage to eliminate their enemies, the Alpha Legion prefer to weaken them over time with sleeper agents, impersonations, basically anything you can imagine from a hardcore spy movie or Cold War level espionage. Being Alfarius is not only an honor, being Alfarius is a requirement. There's a story of someone chasing down an Alpha Legion agent for years upon years, and when they finally catch up with them and they see them, they see that the agent is wearing the same face as their pursuer, because this was the plan all along, to kill him and take his spot. We're talking facial reconstruction surgery, we're talking hacking, we're talking political assassination and impersonation, everything. They are Space Marines in name only, because being a strong stoic warrior is not what the Alpha Legion is interested in. In fact, the Alpha Legion is interested in you not even knowing that the Alpha Legion is a thing. I am Alfarius. You are Alfarius. We are all Alfarius in his Lord's glorious army. Thank you everyone so much for watching this video. I hope you learned a little something. I hope if you...
Yes, I did. Now I am educated a bit. Where do I buy minis from? I am Alfarius. Me, I'm Alfarius. Where me I'm buying minis from? I'm educated. Games Workshop. They have an online shop? Games Workshop. Ooh. It's expensive. England. Wow. And that's only 40k. There's like way more stuff. I hate when there's crumbs on my mouse pad. Real stuff. Wow, that's a big guy. You can buy Khan himself? A lot of skulls. He's got... Are those his legs? Does he have... Is half of his body a... What? The Primarch models are awesome. Yes. Yes. Oh, it's kind of weird. Is that all they have? Or is it just like Space Marines? The White Scars are cool. Salamanders are cool. Where do I get paints from? Imperial Fists. What happens if you color them the wrong color? What happens if you make an Imperial Fist blue? Blue. Agathon. He looks cool. 26 quid? That's... I was expecting more. Is he tiny? Tiny? Nerds will cry. Treason! Heresy!
Here is one for Age of Sigmar which has the actual undead. This story is hilarious to follow.
Blood Angels. Dreadnought. Is the Blood Angels the vampires? Oh, they have yellow masks. Helmets. The bikes. That's cool. Land Speed of Vengeance. Oops. What's the Xenos? Necrons. Wow, the freak. Void Dragon. Catan. That's Catan. That's cool. Hexmark Destroyer. Space Terminators. What are these? What's the data card? Combat Patrol. Necrons.
Well, finally renewed LETSGOOO.
Gabri Marcia! Thank you for the 4 months of Prime. Astrialtus. Thank you for the gifted sub. And the Blind Kid. Thank you for the Prime. Only my Railgun. Thank you for the 5 months. Yellow helmet means veteran. In the Space Marines. In all of Space Marines. Huh. Gene Stealers. Where?
Don't buy from Games Workshop. You can get cheaper somewhere else like eBay or local game shops. Don't
eBay.
Support Games Workshop. They're actively toxic and anti-fan base.
Oh, they are? Anti-fan base? Votan. Where are the sisters? Huh. Aw. Within a Space Marines? Uncheck Necrons?
If you want to start with the Necrons, I suggest that 3 models of Necron warriors plus the paints, since that's the best to get you started, since it includes everything you will need aside from cutters and a hobby knife.
Or just Imperium? Oh. This one.
Check out the other factions beforehand before getting invested. Check Pete the Wargammer and other similar creators for kit bashing guides to see where you can go with your models.
Wait, did I miss them? I'm so confused. What? Very greedy. Imperial Knights. Inquisition was cool. That cool. Very steampunky though. I'm not a big fan of steampunk. Like these 3 are very steampunky. The concept is cool though. Adeptus? Adeptus. These are the emperor gods. Custodian? Custodes. What's this one then? Where are the sisters? Fruit versus chat in Warhammer? What? Machine boys from Mars. Banana men? Emperor. Oh, it is the swords. Ah. Soka. That's cool. Yeah, these are cool. She looks really cool. And these are cool too. Oh, the flying ones. And the black and red. Adeptus? Adepta. Adepta. What's the difference? An exorcist. If you click view all, there's a view all button. Oh. That there is. Wow. Whoa! Whoa! They look sick. Temporary I'm stuck. Ah! Whoa, what the frick? Modifiers. These are super cool. I see the Necrons or these guys. Or maybe both. I don't know which one to work on. I still don't know what a data card is. Oh, Adepta, feminine of Adeptus. Craft world? What's Craft World? Orc. Necrons are easier to paint. I'm pretty good at painting. I'm an artist. I'm used to painting. I did a lot of IRL painting. I think I'm pretty good with painting tiny details. I just need the paints. Eldar enjoyers? Forge World? Oh. You're an artist since when? Painted mini stream, yeah. I'm gonna paint minis. I want this model painting stream so bad. I'd have to get a spray paint primer.
David cards are just portable versions of the Codex stat lines. They are not needed if you're not playing the game yet. As for which to get, I do recommend the Necrons over the Sisters of Battle, as they are just easier to paint.
Maybe I'll start off with the Necrons. I really want the Sisters of Battle though. They're really cool. Like this one is really cool, but I think it was out of stock. That one's really cool. She has skulls for boobs. I must say the wrong word. Boobs! Boobless skulls! And this is just cool. Necrons were my first time as well. Yeah, I'll probably look at the Necrons. Are these heretics or just men? These dudes. Take what you like the most? What if I mess up painting them? Some of each? I have bits of 6 armies because I have no self-control. Oh. Heretic men. So they are just heretics. You can repaint them. You can?
If you want to start with Sisters, that's fine. Pick the army that you like. Just be warned, they have a lot of finer details that will take some practice to get used to painting.
Oh. Nariolo! Nariolo! I'll have to look at that off stream when I get off stream. I don't know if I can make a decision right now. Interessant. God, they look so cool. What? Just look at this picture. Black and red. Too cool for me. Renee! Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Nah. Is it time to play it's time to play some No Man's Sky? No Man's Ski? No Man's Ski? Orc, our best orc has goth. Goth orc? On No Man's Ski? No Man's Ski? More game. Space Frog. That is me. Me, I'm a Space Frog. There's an orc on my head. Ah! Oops. It's kind of sideways. Yeah. You say that was an update to No Man's Sky? Warhammer painting session with the Frug would be cool. Yeah, that sounds like fun. In space, no one can hear you. Ribbit! 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 No Man's Sky. Within Lily Pad. Yeah. Yatta. Oh my god. I got a donut from McDonald's. The Emperor sees all, and he is all. Battle walk ride! Brah! I am Hike. Thank you for the Prime. Prime a Giga-chan! I guess this part is it loading the entire solar system it created for me. I'm assuming it kind of loads it all. Maybe not. I'm stupid. Space! No Man's Sky! No Man's Ski!
I hope you enjoyed your little peek into 40k. Have fun with No Man's Sky. If you have any questions for 40k, you can PM me on Discord if need be.
Okay! Thank you! Thank you, Discount. Yeah! I forgot what we were doing. I forgot I wanted to play No Man's Sky today. It only took about... Checks time. 9 hours. We didn't even play Overwatch for that long, I don't think. What the frick? No Man's Sky. What do you mean a break? We just took a break. We watched three Warhammer videos. And they're all pretty long. Ah, flashbang! Anything new? No. I forgot what I was doing. Base computer archives encrypted. Decrypt records by inputting alien language. I need alien language? Alien language? That means I need those, stones. Oh, frick. I'm gonna travel a bit on this planet. I'm gonna go try and find some stones. Ah! Before I can encrypt the data. What is that? A tree? Whoa, there's actually water on this planet. What the frick? There's one. I just found one. Ah! Found one! Yeah. Okay. How many languages do I need now? I learned 20 words! Felix old! Oh, feeling old? Thank you for the prime. Have I scanned everything here? I don't know if I have. There's a thing over there. Yeah, I like being able to finish the day on No Man's Sky because the game is super chill. And there's so much stuff to do in it. So much stuff! Oh, there's one in that too. Outbreak! There's one over there. That one's around the same distance. New word acquired! Yeah. B. I want to learn the language. Humming sack. Very technology module. Well, salvage data. Nice. Salvage data acquired. Whoa, jettison pod. Ooh, microprocessor. Nice. I need those. What an iron battery. Very pogger. Don't have much room left. Gonna have to put a bunch of stuff. I have 5 of those things. I don't care about the clams. I only care about the... Ooh, what's that? I don't even know. Is that my house? No, it's not. What is that? Why is it red? I get my gun out just in case. That! Ow! Ouch. This place has a lot of square structures. Just like protruding out of the planet. Whoa! Look at that! Cool! Do we see anything else in the sky? No. Oh wait, this is the thing I just discovered, is it not? Yeah, it is. Oops. I just looked at those stones. Veg! Veg! Look how fast you can go with the punch boosting. Sentient plant? Nani o kore? What's a sentient plant? I think that thing is broken. Oh no, not there. Alright, that'll do.
Appreciate.
Do I take the sentient plant? It's sentient. Do they sell for anything? Frozen tubers. Navigational data acquired. Do I take these, chat? Ah. Oh. I can't scan it. Oh, they have tiny little ones in them. I bet there's a giant monster under this or something. I don't remember this being a thing last time. Oh my god! Not enough power for the launch process. Go, go, go! Woo! Here I go. Sentinels? On my cozy planet? Uh-oh. Time to sell. Sell the bee off my back. Time to sell. Easy. Ah. Phosphorus pyrite. I don't need these right now, I don't think. Units received. I'll go back to my... Wait, all my navigational data is in my ship. I don't know how many navigational data I have, but I have a lot, I think. Nani? blow it? You can blow up the space station? Why would you want to blow up a space station? Skills site of interest. Huh. Planetary chart. Secret cartographic data. Emergency cartographic data. Ooh, I want one of these. Product received. Don't tell her. What? I wonder what to get. I can get 3 of these. Or I can get 1 of these. Or I can get 1 of these. Product received. Ba ba ba. Product received. Back home, let's go. In my dark house, lit by the tiniest little... Empty? What the frick was my power? What the frick? Eh? Oh. It's charging. It's going down. Why is it going down? Is it because it's... Namansky. Oh! Automated archive. Recovery in progress. Data recovered. 74%. New data available. Appearance modifier. Whoa, I can do that at home. Appearance modifier. Drop pod detected. Oh, is it on this planet? A nice little cruise over there. Ruak Redhammer, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Wow. We'll be that soon, chat. We'll be that soon. We're just cruising together. Exosuit upgrade. Yes, please. Wow, I like flying at night. This is really cool. The view is super cool. Oh, I saw a shooting star. Wow. Wow. 50 seconds. Make a wish. Wish for Apex sound? Yeah, I wish Apex had sound. You pulled over? What the frig? What did you drop back there? It's too late. We lost it. We'll have to find it on the way back home. We have to go to the drop pod. Oops. Ah. Did you play Modern Warfare? Oh, MW is in Modern Warfare? Yeah, I did the campaign. Products constructed. Carbon tubes. Not enough carbon. I need carbon. Where the carbon at? Oh, there's a lot of noise. Oh, what's that? What's that? What is that? Oh, it's a little worm. Oh, it's so ugly. New creature unlocked. It's about to overheat. I'm a lumberjack now. I'm a space lumberjack. I'm a lumberjack in space. I can scan these. What about that one? Oh, new tree. Navigational data.
Product constructed. Technology repaired.
Technology repaired. Nice. Now we go do that again. Drop pod detected. Nice. Wait, I just realized that that thing had a hole in it. This giant rock had like a hole in the middle of it. Can I like just go through it? Or maybe not. I had a hole in the top, I guess. At least I'm getting silica powder for this. Oh, I just went out. I went through it. Interessant. I'm a mole. 250 more subs and fruit. I could exclaim. It's over 9,000! Yeah, not yet, not yet. It's not over 9,000 yet.
Technology recharge.
I'm so glad this planet isn't hot anymore. Maybe we already got past the... What's 1.9 radiation? 18 toxic. Oh, what is that? I don't think I scanned it yet. Those light bulb trees. Or did I? Wait, why is it going up? I don't get what the timer is. Draconian! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs! Thank you for the 10 subbies! Thank you! Arigato! Another pod. Good night! I'll most likely miss the final hours. Good night! Ooh, navigational data.
Technology prepared. Product constructed.
Technology repaired. Look how much space we could have. That's a really big exosuit. I got 2 more spaces. Ooh. Technology repaired. Good night, Vin. I'm going where no person has gone before. What the freak is this? It's in the air. Living slime. Ew! Oh, I got 4 salvage data from that. Fug! I want it to be raining so I can hear it on my ship. Huh? Where did my thing go? Oh, there it is. I missed it. Whoa, monolith. Monolith! Destination reached. Ah! I learned the word for ah! Heck. Viking. I feel a strange chill. A layer of frozen gas steadily coats the monolith from bottom to top. It's so cold that I can see my breath inside my helmet. There is one small gap in the crystal ice, and I feel convinced that I could feed some of my mind elements through it, so they can come into contact with the monolith behind. Frick! I feel like metallic element would be for the robot aliens, but this is the Viking, which I think is the Wa aliens. And then there's the trading aliens. So I don't know which one is which. Sodium? Condensed carbon. Which one is it? Sodium or condensed carbon? Probably condensed carbon. Ribbit! Any Noahs in the chat? Council. Yeah, that's what I said. Gecko the traders, but I don't know if they want sodium or condensed carbon. Condensed milk. Milk! Chat! Help a chat! Imagine if the answer is leave. Sodium trade element, so I want condensed carbon, I guess. I'll go for condensed carbon. I'm rewarded! Yes! It worked! Nice! Oh, there's 3 here? Oh, this counts as one. Hollow Terminus. One more. I think that one's far away. Oh no! Aww. Cute. Hazardous plant.
Technology recharge.
I need to make another one, so I need a metal plate there.
Product constructed. Product constructed. Product constructed. Product constructed. Product constructed. Product constructed.
Product constructed. The Viking like me. Rip, rip, rip. Ooh, 何よこれ? Dun, 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 dun. Call Starship? I have one navigational data somewhere. I have two. Why do I want to call a starship? Why would I want to call a starship? Hmm? How far does it go? What the frick? Pretty far. Oh, it's in there. I'm not digging in the right spot. What's in there? Oh, there's no back end, that's why. I think. No broken doors. I think it's so ominous. frick? How do you get out of here? Huh? Oh, you can just probably just get out this way then. I'll start over here, I think. They have 1, 2, 3, 4. They have a 4th one over here. Is that on the other side? Nanny? How do I get to that one? One, 2, 3. What? 1, 2. There's 4 of them, right? There's one here. Underneath? Technology recharge. Gotta clear out all the dirt. I want this treasure. Are you bedging? Is it bedtime for you? It did be 6 a.m. Okay, so this one's here. I'll start on this side. And then I'll go in there and get that one. Ooh. I got a fusion accelerant. This one here. Salvage data.
Radiation protection.
Oh. And the last one is in there.
Technology recharge.
So there are 4 of them.
Extreme subterranean radiation detected.
Extreme subterranean radiation detected. How do I get out of this one safely? there's a broken door over here. This is how I get out. Or not. What the frig? Let me out! Eh? Maybe I just run out the way I came in. Yeah, and then I run this way. I can do that. I'm greedy.
Extreme radiation detected.
I don't even know what I got. What did I get? We'll just salve it. Oh my god, I have so much salvage data. I can list so many things. There's one in that too. This one's going to exhume a lot of radiation as well. Radiation detected. What the freak did I get? I got this. Banned weapons. Smuggled goods. Highly profitable. Purchase is illegal at nearly all galactic trade terminals. Regular supply is only available within outlaw systems. Wow. Selling banned goods into commercially regulated space may be highly profitable. Like at a normal space station? Do they have a selling pod at the space anomaly?
Technology recharge.
Dunno. Guess I'll go to the space station. I'm gonna get chased by space pirates though, because I've banned goods. I don't know where the space station is. Oh, I'm not out of the atmosphere yet. Now I am. It is that thing over there. Space pirate! Yeah! They want my stuff! You can't have it! It's my stuff, I'm selling it! They were waiting for me. The space pirates. Follow us to freedom. The ship is broadcasting the same message over and over, an endless loop. Its message has decayed over time, but there are still salvageable coordinates amidst the noise. I shut down my receiver and input the coordinates to my starship's navigation system. One final check reveals no life signs, no further intelligent message from the abandoned vessel. What? Woo! Under a rebel star. Happy SUBATHON Day! Happy! Smuggled contraband. Sell it.
Units received.
Units received. I don't know what a fusion accelerant is. I'll keep hold on to it. I'll hold on to it. Units received. Are there any Gex here? No Gex? I'm gonna give him the Viking helmet earlier. Gift! Oh, symbol for honor. Rahu. Warrior. Aw, cute. Yusa. Hubba bubba. Hubba bubba face. How about this? Space fruit! That's what I am. I'm space fruit. Aggression symbol. Oh, he came over. Just practice language skills. Pathetic. We shout together. Ah! Standing increased. Okay. I still have a Kovacs casing. I could give it to. Where is he? There's one here. Oh, there's like two here. Brad. Here. Gift this. Take my stuff. I got new coordinates. I don't really know where they are. Locate data acquired from abandoned galaxy. Hopefully those space pirates aren't here still. Thanks. Whoa, they're quite far away. I should go to this one? What does the skull mean? That it's full of space pirates? What does the skull mean? I don't want to go to a space pirate infested place, do I? The ships spawn randomly where you land. You just have to wait and look through them when you want and have the time. It might take some time until you get the ship you seek. Oh yeah! I don't want a new ship yet. Death of pirates? Skull means pirates took over? Oh god, I'm gonna have to fight pirates. Am I able to save my game and then reload it if I don't like this situation? It's a pirate run? There are more pirates, but the pirate space station is friendly. Am I ready yet? I kinda just started. I don't have many guns on my ship. You can have like 5 ships at once. Yeah! Maybe I go home first. If you get out of your ship, it will autosave. I guess I'll try out this thing. I've never done it before. Meow. Just please no black holes. I'm not in the mood to see a black hole. Please no black holes. They're so scary. Please no. Okay, we found... It's a blue system. Oh, we know black hole. Thank God. I know what black holes are in this game, but they're just scary. The pirate space station. Whoa! Are they all pirates? Witness. What is this thing? Push the life bomb away, embrace the life bomb, die. Guess I'll die. I'm gonna die. I died. I know I did. I felt it. Like sinking, like being watched forever. And yet here I am again. The stranger smiles at me, claiming that they will see me again. Before I leave, they give me a gift. Oh, cute. I knew it. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. That was an anime moment. Mystery. Is. They're all they're all space pirates. You want a gek? You want a gek toy? I got a bunch of them. Here you go. Nutters. Ah, oh, it's a C tier one, but it's pretty. But it's a C tier one. Gross, C tier. I don't have. Oh! What the heck is that sound? Is that you? I wanna give him a gek toy. What? I don't have an overseer. Yup. Give carbon, give metal. Into a slot in the hip. There is no effect. The mask lights go out. A fresh electronic being is downloaded into the now empty metal shell. This new entity ignores me. What did I do to him, chat? No! What did I do to him? I turned him off! No! Oh, he's alive. Neo Raider, thank you for the 1600 beans! I hurt him. Aww. Uh-oh, I didn't read the language I learned. Go back. Ah. I got a casing. That's a big ship. Come back! What? Starship of Interface Entity Task. That's a really big ship. Where'd it go? Where's the pilot? The pilot freaking disappeared. What's your ship like? C-class. Nah, it sucks. C-class ship sucks. B-class slightly better than my current ship, but he's got no hyperdrive. My ship has all the cool stuff in it. I see Pro Dude, thank you for the gifted sub. What did I get? I got a callback's head. Can offer it to him. Nice. Okay. Hollow Terminus. Can I not teleport back to this one? Can I not teleport to the pirate one? Noobie Woo! Thank you for the prime! Thank you! Fun map. It's a lot of string of planets. Wow! There's a bunch of planets here. What's that one? Undiscovered planet. Undiscovered planet. That one looks really cool over there. That one. I want to go to that one. We're in a cool blue solar system. Actually, I want some of this stuff. Wow, where'd I get this from? Viking dagger. Whoa! What's that guy doing? What's happening here? He's also collecting stuff. I got a lot of gold. What's that sound? A lot of weird sounds going on. I'm not sure I like it. Draconia! Thank you for another 10 gifted subs! Thank you for the 10 subbies! I need a warp cell. Warp cell! Wait, that's not a house. Oh. Antimatter housing. You used both those warp cells? What the frick? Mission destination reached. Oh, locate data acquired. What? Locate data acquired from the abandoned vessel. That way. I gotta get my gun ready just in case. Falling. Thermal protection, falling. Do I have enough, do we have enough sodium for this? Not really. I need sodium. Cute little golems. Woo! Who are you, sir? Ah! Up this giant hill. Ooh. That way. A fat giraffe! Oops. Sodium nitrate! A lot of sodium! Hey, come back! That thing? Probably? Scanner recharging. Ow! You hurt? Nah, of course you don't. You're polite. I've always scanned you. Just in case. Very technology module. Don't mind if I do. Oh, it's playing the pirate sound. The scary pirate sound. The Ooh. Oh my god! Oh my god! That's a lot of fixes I'm not willing to pay for. There is nothing here but the distress beacon of a crashed starship. There is no sign of life. I attempt to salvage what I can from the log of the crashed ship. Sifting through the diagnostic data, they appear to have been the victim of a sudden, overwhelming assault. Among the endless data, the countless warnings and errors triggered by the flames that consume the ship, there is a fragment of a recording, a window into the starship's final moments. Suddenly the voice changes. The muffled shouts of the pilot fade away, cut through by words that ring out in a clear and powerful tone. Resist the red, we shall cut out its crimson eye. The end of the message is accompanied by a clear navigational signal, a rendezvous point. But for who? Death to the Scarlet Tyrant. Ah! I'm out of there! Bye! 5 pinches! I can deploy a beacon? Ooh, what's this? Why are the trees sinking? one. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. There's a freaking walking sentinel. I'm not dealing with that. That sucks. Yeah, nope, 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 nope. You don't see it, the doggy?
Navigational data received.
Alert. Navigational data received. Oh, it is this stupid thing. What the? I'm stuck in the snow. Fly to the deep space rendezvous point. Oh.
Technology recharged.
Technology recharged.
Technology recharged.
Ah, I thought you just love when it's all 100%.
Technology recharged.
Everything is 100. A rendezvous point. Hola! Hello! We have just under 3 hours left of the SUBATHON. I started the day with 1 hour left and I have been streaming for almost 11 hours. What? The rendezvous point. Wow, it's taken us a while to get there.
Warning. Threat detected.
Eh? What do I do with this? Bounty target? Destroy the fugitive? Use this. To reach the followers, to seize your freedom, to reject the grand lies of the Atlas. We shall see if you are worthy, the voice of freedom. I'm really bad at space fights, chat. Do I dismiss the caller or do I challenge the caller? The voice of freedom. Challenge. I only start taking reply. A faint laugh echoing through the noise.
Hostile ships approaching.
What is it? Oh god, I'm gonna die. I don't have a shield. He's so fast! He's getting some good hits on me. shield back up, chat. I'm gonna die. Ah! No! I'm 1 HP. Oh, shield low, recharge and quick menu. How do I recharge my shield? How do I recharge my shield, chat?
Critical damage taken.
I don't know how to recharge my shield. It never told me how. It just says in the quick menu. No!
Critical damage taken.
Battery symbol.
Critical damage taken. Technology recharge.
Hey! It's the battery button. Uh-oh. Ah! Ah!
Hostile ships defeated.
I did it! Jesus. Ah! We did it! We killed him! We lost Ultra! Not even close, baby! I was leading you in the first. It was an anime battle. You thought they had me. You thought they had me, and then I came back stronger than ever. Pew, 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 pew. Victory was on our side all along.
Technology recharge.
Well, that charges a lot. This charges a lot. I think. Technology recharged.
Technology recharge.
Oh my god, there's a freaking sentinel here. No, you don't. That thing, that's what I'm tracking. Oh my god, there's another one. Callbacks, callbacks, callbacks. Yun, yun, yun. Accept knowledge. Traveler. Ow. taking off my face. Help! 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 Follow the voice of freedom. Someone came out of it. Hey, calling out. Hello? Hello? Oh, I don't have an atlas key. Can I take anything in here? Before I do the thingy? A sit. Looks like I cannot. Glorious survivor, welcome to the path to liberty. Shall be our own masters, rid of the crimson illusion, a sky for the strong. A broadcast finished. Oh, it's broadcast finished. The terminal begins printing a secure pass. Woo! An invitation! Ticket to freedom! I just got a ticket to freedom! What about you? Yeah, I don't think so. I got a ticket to freedom! I got a ticket to freedom! I got a ticket to freedom! Oh, so they have carbon in them, the Kovacs. Oh, they give me a gift! Ah. I know I entered the atmosphere because my frames slow down every time I exit the atmosphere. Ooh, I want to see what's in the ringed planet. Oh, deploy the ticket. Deploy the ticket? Where's the ticket? Oh, it's in my suit.
Alert. Navigational data received.
Navigational data received. X mission path. What? Oh, X is the galaxy. Whoa, that's so far away. Is that the next pirate one? I'm not strong enough. More pirates, but it's a bit further away than this was. This one is so out of the way. Should I go to it? Oh, a green one. What does the stopwatch thing mean? Next to the Kovacs head. And what does the ×3 sword thing mean? What does that mean? We must eradicate the enemy. It can wait. Let's get them. So many. They're not even planets. These are not even planets. These are stars with different planets circling them. All of these have a bunch of planets in them. 3 enemies. Oh, that had a skull on it, actually. That had a skull on it. And this one does too now. Level 3 enemies? You can still destroy a star? There's no No Man's Sky gamers in chat today. We have no idea what we're doing. We have no clue. That's so bright. We'll go to it. Ikimasu! Ooh, big! Okay. Now I need, oh, it's a red-pink solar system. What the frick is that? What is that? I'm blind to it. I don't know what it is.
Hostile scan detected.
I'm going to it.
Warning. Threat detected. Hostile ships approaching.
Yeah, but I'm going in this thing. I have a valuable? Oh, it's my salvage data they want. What the frick? We're in a pirate space station! Whoa! We're in a pirate one! Outlaw system. Wow! Will they steal my ship, you think? My ship's the only one here. Oh. I guess not. That looks cool. Hello! May I see your ship? Oh, it's still C-class. Oh, that's cool. Vespa sail. High performance solar sail. Deployed automatically during... Wow! It's a cool ship! What about this one? Why is everything C-class? Literally everything is C-class. Welcome, glorious survivor. Here there are no Gek, no Kovacs, no Viking. Here we speak one tongue. Here we are free. Only the strong deserve to sing with the glorious voice of freedom. We do not permit the weak to find us. Oh. Freedom! Freedom! Suspicious life support module. You're a black. This is a black market. Pirate King. New phrase: to find us, to be chosen. To find us, to be free. There are those who would deny us our freedom, new face, those who would sacrifice everything to appease the sentinels, but the voice keeps us free. Oh, they turned me around. Contraband agent, black market shipping and receiving. Illegal black market goods, stolen DNA samples, highly profitable. Purchase is illegal in nearly all galactic trade terminals. Regular supplies only available within outlaw systems. Moon ether. Nip nip buds. That's a drug. Geknip. Oh my god, it produces Geknip. Exosuit. Another gek. Why they're all C-class? I forgot what I wanted to do. Whoa, what's this skull shape? Oh, you can't TP from here? Oh. I can't just TP! I have to either fly back home or TP back out. Nani!
Technology recharge.
Whoa! Whoa, look at that guy's ship! A-class! I bet it's like 8K or something. 6K! I don't have enough. His ship looks so cool. Wow. His ship looks so cool. Why can't mine look like that? Cool ship. Station defenses primed for Freedom Atlas apparent surveillance uplink. Glorious survivor, the promised star will be yours. Glass, 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 glass. Oh. I'm interrogating outlaws? What the frick? Glass, 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 glass. Shroud of Freedom. The following silken shroud bestowed upon those who would sing with the voice of freedom. Transform the appearance of your exosuit with this exclusive appearance override and an appearance modifier. Okay! Whoa. Pip up, pip up, pip up, pip up. Where would it be under? I don't know where the head thing is. Where is it? How do I put it on? It's a head? Like a hood? I don't see it. It's definitely not that thing, right? Oh, it's for the anomaly race only? Uh-oh. No! What did I just do? What the frick? I'm trying to save it so this is my base one. But it keeps putting the stupid head on. I don't want to lose my little Gek, dude. Oh, save a number, 2 different buttons. Soka! What the? That helmet is cool. That helmet is cool also. What the frick? Are these new? I don't remember these last time I played. The coolest one was this one. This one? 19. Oh. Wow! That looks cool. I don't even know what that's changing, to be honest. Wow! I guess this one is fine. Thick! it looks kind of weird, but it's fine for now. I got a cool hood. That looks cool. Explore the outlaw station. Examine the subverted station core. Disabled. Oh, I gotta talk to him all. I don't even know how I got this mission. It just randomly gave it to me, just flying through space. Huh. Raid a capital ship? What the frick? Return to your ship to begin undocking procedures. Wow! Station flight path monitoring alert. Exit clearance pending. The voice of freedom will not permit the Atlas silence. New face carries our voice. You must hide your trail. Take this document. Disrupt the traffic records at a station car. Your voice will be free in the darkness. What the? Rare item found. Forged passport. Chad, what's happening to me? I'm a criminal now. I just wanted to be a space farmer and now I became a criminal. Who the frick is that? Huh. I didn't get to explore the planets yet. Oh my god! Oh my god! What the? Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! I'm upside down. It's a very, very, very dusty planet. I couldn't see anything. It's a very dusty planet. What is that? That is Sentinel stuff. Ow! I can't see where I'm going.
Technology
It's a storm? I'm in a storm? Like a dust storm? Do you think it's always storming in here? Whoa, meteorite! I just landed over there. Meteors falling from the sky. How is it here? Whoa, it's a really hot place! Extreme storm. 133C. Oh, it's a desert. Oh. Extreme storm. Is the storm clearing? Hot, 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 hot. Hot, 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 hot. Sand blizzard. I'll just wait for the storm to blow over. It should be done soon. Gonna leave your ramen out here and cook? Okay, Chad, don't take too long cooking your ramen out here. I think the storm is clearing. It definitely isn't clearing. C-class garbage. The storm needs to be over, or I'm gonna leave this solar system. Thermal protection falling. I like eggs. Oh, you like eggs? Put an egg on the dashboard. Cook an egg on the dashboard. Cook that egg. Cook that egg on the dashboard. The storm that approaches is now clearing. Clearing storm maybe would pause champ. Baby temp, wait till you find wait till you get to a volcanic or fire planet. Is it calming down yet? Or is this planet just permanent storm, you think? You think this planet is permanently a storm?
Weather update.
Ooh!
Storm clearing.
Storm clearing. I guess not. Storm clearing. Wait, and it's cold now? How was there fire? What? I'm confused. Oh, and maybe that was a bug? Might have been a bug. Storm clearing. Storm clearing. Oh, illegal. We can. This is the black market one. We're still in the outlaw solar system. Banned weapons. This sells for a lot. Whoa! Do I sell this? I'm selling it. That sells for a lot of stuff. Hiya. Oh. Easy 1 mil. Easy clap. Units. Money. Ooh. Crazy. He looks scary. What the? Oh, it made me sit down. I don't want to sit down. I want to talk to this dude. I drink my coffee black? Oh. The traveler removes an object from the exosuit. It looks abstract, crimson flesh-like. Perfect. I look at the object and I'm filled with a sense of hope. Everything will be alright. I know it. Nothing can hurt me. All I have to do is believe and have faith. Not in a deity. Not in some universal tyrant. No. It is this, right in front of me. What is wrong with me? What did he get out of his exosuit that was fleshy? Did he just flash at me? Please. Aww. I learned the word forget. Half-a-dip-a-dip. Future Gek! Oh. Oops. That wasn't meant to be said. Oops. Oh, what the? So you can't say a play on words with Gekken? They hate it? Gex. Help! They recharge my life support? What? They can do that? They can... Visited. Ah, another storm. Just my luck. What's that sound? What? Trading post is under attack. Oh my god, the trading post is under attack. can't see anything through this weather. Okay, I got one. Whoa! Where am I? I can't tell if I'm upside down. Destroyed 5 starships. Wow. Am I in the sky or am I in the ground? Oh my god, I can't even tell anymore. Jesus. I'm just gonna get off this planet. This planet sucks ass. This planet sucks! Ooh, a fighter. What does that mean? Put that rock there. What the frick? Put that rock there. Oh my god, I'm in another solar system. Big red planet. Big red planet. Look how big and red it is. I wanna go look at it. Oh my god, what the frick? Regulated station car. We're in a normal one. Ugh. The further you go, the creepier they look. Why do they look like that? Oh, this one's cute. Aww. Hello. They're talking to each other. You like my cool helmet? I have a hood. I'm cooler than you. Yuck. Reward. James. And this dude, in the of pathetic eye. Soon I'll learn all the languages. I have to do that little emote before I can talk to them. Gra! Gra gra! Oh, apparently that's not good. Oops. Rash. Blood! Blood! Blood for the blood god. Excuse me? Atlas Aaron surveillance uplink. High alert. Unusual activity detected. Beginning travel database. Disrupt station records. Registration document accepted. Traffic patterns unexceptional. Hide the tracks. Under a rebel star. Yay! We're space pirates now. I'm a space pirate. Me, I'm space pirate. Ooh, what's this one? B class. B class. What does this one have? Bolt caster, ricochet module, plasma launcher. Charged with unstable plasma, careless use can result in damage to user. Dazzling emission chamber. Supreme upgrade of the mining beam. Ooh, that sounds pretty cool. Ah. I'm a criminal frog. Good morning! Saga! Thank you for the 15 months! Thank ya! B-class ship. Oh, it looks cool! It looks cool, chat. But it's B-class. I feel like we don't wanna waste our money on a B-class. We wanna save up for an A-class. I don't even have enough money for an A-class! This is also B class. That is a very tall ship. What the frick? I'm being burned alive. Can I use this one to go home? Ah, I'm stuck. Okay, I'm good. Good morning. Good morning. You can go network restricted. Can you go straight here? Oh, clearance not granted. So I can't just go. I can't just TP there. You can wait for ALS class to arrive. Okay. Nodders. 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 Not clearing. Oh, my galaxy. Okay, it's 7 a.m. chat. I streamed for almost 12 hours today. We had 1 hour left of the subathon when I started, and you managed to let me stream for 12 freaking hours today. So I'll see you tomorrow, I guess. Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna save. Wait, this isn't mine. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, this is mine. That's what my ship looks like from the front? I never even noticed. I think I saved. I don't know how to get out the game. Oh. Yes, sir! Gata! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! We get too used to it. Oh, we get to use it? Oh, you get to use the bed emote, finally! Finally, you get to use the bed emote. The bed emote. Wow, I'm happy I got to eat McDonald's today. Yay! That's like the second time ever that I ordered food in the past 18 days. Wow! Been making stuff the whole time. It is bed time. I am super tired. So tired, I wish to sleep. I'm gonna get some Warhammer stuff though. Gonna see what I can get. Maybe I'll leave it until I buy it on stream? I don't know. Like I bought the MRE and guitar on stream. Your bedroom mode is really cute. Thank you! I drew it today! It doesn't feel like I drew it today, but I drew it today, like 11 hours ago. At the start of the stream. But yeah. Let's see. I want to get that Discord sorted so we can get the subs in the Discord. So we don't have to talk in offline chat. We're on 2 hours and 27 minutes. 8869. 8869 subs. What the freak, chat? You gave like 700 subs today. Huh? How has there been 7? What? That doesn't sound right. What? Are they? That's a lot of subs. It doesn't feel like 700, but apparently so. Because I look at what we ended on yesterday. Huh? Wow. Gonna get raised more tomorrow? Nice. We did stream for 12 hours today, so I guess that's a lot of time. That's a lot of subs worth of time. Almost to 9k. Almost to 9k. Almost. I saw a couple of 50 bombs. That's right, yeah. Yeah. Renee coming in with the 444 subs this week? Oh, this month. Oh my god. Renee with the top sub gifties for the whole month. Oh, and it keeps going. Recess in 21 days. Nice. Nice. Look how close to the sub goal we are. Yeah, so very close to the fruit. The second we hit the sub goal, I'm gonna message the original song guys that Bishoujo knows to get an original song made. I might wanna try and find songs that I like that might match Frug. Yeah. It's safe to take off your helmet now. True. It would be safe to take off my helmet. I can breathe. Fresh air. It's bedtime. Have a good night, chat. Good night. Good night. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I'll see you tomorrow. It was not indeed the last day of the subathon. But I will see you tomorrow. Bruno, thank you for the prime. Thank you. Good night, chat. Good night. Tomorrow, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. On the 19th day, the 19th. Actually, I'm not sure if I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow at some point. I have a family event happening tomorrow that I need to attend. I don't know when. Oh god, I should have gone to bed early today, shouldn't I? Am I gonna get any sleep at all? I don't know. We'll see. I might get like 2 hours of sleep and then I have to get up early or something. I really don't know.
And, as was foretold of old, on the day that Twitch shut down for the last time, the timer of the Lich of Rogues subathon stood at 2.5 hours.
Thank you for the 500 beans. Take your time. Oh god, I'm gonna figure it out. Well, I'll get back online when I'm back at my PC. I don't know how long I'll be, but I'll be out of my house. I'm gonna be very busy on Thursday. Yeah. Expect a very not on time stream tomorrow. A very not on time stream. Yes, sir. I don't know when I'll be on, but I'll be on. I'll get to my PC as fast as I can. Hope tomorrow goes easy on you. Me too. I hope tomorrow goes easy on me too. I'm gonna go touch grass, yeah. I'll have a family thing on the 12th, Sag. Oh, you do? You must rest up, it's okay? Yeah, I'm gonna go rest. Good night, chat! Oyasumi nasai! Mwah! Oyasumi nasai! Bye.